We're just going to stick with this. See what happens. Go with the flow. Tweedledee and Tweedledee dum. Hello? 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 We're just going to stick with this, and if it freezes or if it goes out of sync, I've tried my very, very best to work out what's going on, and I can't seem to. So we'll see what happens. Hello? Has it worked? I mean, I haven't had the notice come up this time. Basically, Facebook kept popping up with the notice saying that you guys are going to see a lower quality stream because a setting wasn't right. But our settings are right. So I don't know, because basically then Facebook can give you numbers and settings to set it on, and all of ours have all been the same. It hasn't been changed. So yeah, I don't know what's been changed or what's gone wrong, or if just the link up wasn't working, but it hasn't popped up this time. So fingers crossed it's okay. So we'll see. But yeah, for the last 50 minutes I've been trying to sort it out, driving me crazy. But yeah, we'll see. We'll just go with the flow. Oh no. Oh, I'm a tired bean. I do apologise. Yeah, New Year's was terrible, wasn't it? I think it was just mainly because of the amount of people possibly trying to use Facebook on New Year. Right, so we are here today. Stuffed stockings are here for tonight, but that's only because I had a few stuffed stockings left over, as in I had the parcels, so I pre-make the parcels, as you guys all knew, and then I just plucked them out of the basket to fill into the stockings, so that way I didn't know what was where. Obviously I know what I've wrapped up, but yeah, I don't know what goes where. So I had some left over, and our supporters got first pick to see if they wanted some stuffed stockings at a discounted price. And then they all sold out with the supporters. So we do have stuffed stockings for tonight only. These are the last ones I made up, so they won't be coming back again until Christmas time, our stuffed stockings. So yeah, that's why they're here today, because our supporters got first look in at the ones left, if that makes sense. Other than that, we've still got our sale on the website. There's some bits in the new in section as well. We've got loads and loads of stuff coming up and that we've got planned in. So yeah, keep an eye out on the page. If you're not a follower or a liker of the page, possibly contemplate following or liking the page. That will just mean that you will get some updates from us, if you would like to. Hello, hello, hello. 21937. (21937) is on the order list, my lovely. It's down as Sandra W though, so it's down as your name, okay. So shall we get started for today? I did just post the order list. I've just updated the order list actually, because it seemed that I only copied and pasted like 2/3 of the order list. So we already had some people booked in, but I just forgot to, basically I've got a list and I just copied and pasted it over, but I didn't copy the last section. So I have just updated the order list. So hopefully if you have ordered, you can see whereabouts you are on there. And bless you. Thank you ever so much for the stars there. Sandy, no, it's not a problem, my lovely. It's better to ask, isn't it? Just so then we can get it sorted for you. Marie, bless you. Thank you for the stars as well there. Stars Party Challenge started. Your audience has been challenged to send stars in 5 minutes. Oh. I'm still getting used to all the new things Facebook's sort of trying to promote at the moment. They're really trying to promote stars at the moment, aren't they? So yeah, they've got the new stars party thing. Right, shall we get started for today? I hope you all have, before we start, I hope you all have had a brilliant new year, and I hope we all have a good start to the year. I hope the year coming has got health and happiness for us all. So up first today is Suzanne, is it Bookich? Suzanne, are you here? The list, I'll post the list in the comments. It is on the page. I'll pop it in the comments for you. Where is it? Here we go. And Suzanne, hello, hello, hello. You're here, my lovely. So, Suzanne, you have 2 openings and a 4 pearl oyster. So if I grab the 4 pearl oyster for you, what other 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? Sorry, 4 pearl oysters. And why is this bag all? There we go. So 4 pearl oyster. Christmas oysters. I might keep the Christmas bag on the table actually. There we go. So 2 Christmas oysters and a 4 pearl oyster. Donating the shells. Are there certain colours that you're hoping for? So there's 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so let's go down. We're going to start with your Christmas oysters, my lovely. So in here, you have a lighter pop there. I don't have a note to show the jewellery, no. I'll see if I can have a quick look for it in a moment. But I don't have a note here to show it, no. But like I say, I'll have a quick look, Suzanne, to see if I can find it for you. So there is your mother of pearl. I'll open the oysters up first, then I'll see if I can grab the jewellery, and then you can decide on the colours if that's okay. So your first oyster, let me have a squidge. Oh, are you happy with me saying what it is instead? I do apologise if I didn't receive the note there. There's no more in that one. So your first oyster has given you a darker berry. Okay, so you have a darker berry from your first Christmas oyster there. Look at him. He's a really rich but darker colour there. Moving on to Christmas oyster number 2. You have a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And let's have a squidge in here. You have got a Christmas green. And there's no more in that one. So you've got a red and a green from your Christmas oysters, and then you've still got a 4 pearl quadding oyster left. So moving on to your last oyster, and in here there's one side and the other side. Oh wow, okay, so quadding, and quadding with nice brighter colours here. So you've got a lemon yellow, a coral, a apple green and a bright watermelon. So let me just dry these up for you. So what do you think to these? So the colours here can be swapped if you're not happy. Now the items of jewellery, again, I'll tell you what they are, and if you would prefer, I can have a quick look to see if I can get them. However, I don't know if I can, just because I didn't know beforehand. Obviously, if your husband has said and I've missed that, I do apologise. So the items that you've got are the Snowflake crystal pendant, and it's in that mirror colour, which is the yellows, the purples and blues when you move the crystal snowflake side to side. So it's got the yellows, purples and blues in him. And then you also have the candy cane cage pendant. So with that cage pendant, you can fit lots of pearls in there. So you've got lots of choices already. You'll be able to fit all of these in that cage pendant if you wanted to. Now with the crystal snowflake, you can have a pearl on there, but you don't have to if you don't want to, if you wanted them all in the cage pendant. So basically, Suzanne, it's completely up to you. Also, if you would like to take a screenshot and then email me your choices across, you can do that for me as well. If you would like some time to think about it. So if I run these through the board, have a double, Sophie. Your darker cherry chocolate, no, it's not chocolate at all, sorry. Your darker cherry is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. The green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Lemon yellow is a runaway and he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. The apple green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. The coral is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And the watermelon is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7 as well. Suzanne, my lovely, what do you think to these? And what would you like to do? I've got my tea in my Christmas mugs, which I think Aaron's going to start making me pack away soon. Can you swap the coral for Tardis blue and put that on the jewellery? Put that, just to confirm, on the crystal. Yes, perfect. Thank you for confirming before I even ask the question there. So I'm going to take the coral away and I'm going to add in this Tardis blue here. Now I'll hold him up for you so you can have a closer look. Would you be happy with this blue here? So I've taken away that coral and added in that nice deep Tardis blue. That's perfect, perfect. Let me bring you back up here then. And I'm just going to take that coral in there. And then if I write that down for you. Tardis blue, perfect. Suzanne then, my lovely, I'm glad you're happy with that, and thank you ever so much for the donations of your shells as well, and I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. Oh, Natalie, welcome to being a Squidgy Pop. If you have just become a supporter, don't forget to join the Squidgy Pops group as well. So Suzanne, I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And up next today is Kelly Malcolm. Kelly Malcolm, are you here? Perfect, Suzanne. And Kelly, hello, hello, hello. Kelly, you have got one opening altogether. You would like a mystery oyster. Would you like to keep, nope, that's a Nunu bag, sorry. Would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? So this is the mystery bag here. Oh, I've got the candle on. I've got a candy cane candle on. Okay, so let's go down, Kelly, for your mystery oyster. What would you like to do with your shells? So we have a softer pop there. Donate the shells, bless you, thank you ever so much. Is there a certain colour you're hoping for? So here is your mother of pearl. Now I can see straight away at the bottom there we have a darker pearl. So let me just pop him out and then have a squidge in here for you. And there's no more in that one. So if I dry this up for you, Kelly. Now he looks like he's a darker gunmetal grey. Now if I hold him up so you can have a closer look, what do you think to this one? Now again, if you're happy with this one, that's perfect. If you're not happy, you can swap him. So it's completely up to you what you would like to do, my lovely. If I run him through the board for you, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He is a 6.5 darker gunmetal grey. What do you think? Can you swap for an orange colour? You can. I'm going to grab you this corally colour and then you can let me know what you think to this one. Would you be happy with that one there? Natalie, wow, thank you ever so much for the stars there. That's very kind of you. Really, Alison? Is it like sweet sickly or is it okay? Just going to bring you up again, Kelly. However, if that's not the correct shade, let me know and I can swap him for you. No, that's lovely. Perfect. Let me pop him safely in here then. Kelly, thank you ever so much for the donations of your shells. And again, I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives as well. And that's safe up there for you. Donated shells. Here is a picture. So the donated shells go to the nursery that my mum's nursery. And they go towards the children who just use them. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, that snuck up on me. Oh, who just use them in different activities. This is just 2 different activities that used in there. Mary, bless you. Thank you ever so much for the stars there. That's extremely kind of you as well. So up next then today is Wendy Pierce. Wendy, are you here? Hello, my lovely. Wendy, should we do your oyster openings first? And then you're actually first today to have a stuffed stocking. But we'll do the openings first and the stuffed stocking afterwards, if that's okay with you. In which case, you've got 2 openings altogether. What 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to everybody joining today. Oh wow, Lisa, bless you. Thank you ever so much for the donation with your stars there. Again, that's very, very kind of you. Thank you, my lovely. Wendy, that's fine. 2 mystery and keep the shells. Of course you can. So is there certain colours that you're hoping for? Your mystery bag, you have 1 and 2. Let me get these open. Welcome, Sammy. So let's go down, Wendy. 2 mystery oysters, keeping the shells. Is there any colours you're hoping for? Oh, bless you, Tara. Let me post the order list in there. There we go. There's the order list again. I've just posted it for you. I don't know why you guys can't see it. I have posted it on the page. Wendy, she'd love turquoise. So thinking a darker icy blue. Yeah, I can see that. Fingers crossed for you then. So mystery oyster number 1. You have a light pop there. Oh, wow. Okay, so there's your mother of pearl. Straight away, I can see here that you are twinning. And you're twinning with Pinkle twins here. So the Pinkle is a mix between a pink and a purple. So let me just take the flesh off here for you. That's okay, Tara. I've got it in my copy and paste now, so I can paste it quickly if anybody needs to know. Now I'm going to be cleaning up your shells as we go, Wendy, okay? But first of all, your first oyster has given you twinning Pinkle pearls. So let me hold them up so you can see. Now they are lovely. I know you're hoping for those blues. We'll see what we can do at the end for you. Moving on to mystery oyster number 2. How did our games night go, Janine? Well, I've got Aaron got a couple of those massive party cannons and a load of silly string. So of course, once that came out and made the kids jump and then go extremely hyper, it just went extremely well. It was lovely. Thank you for asking. So Wendy, now straight away here, I can see you've got a runaway, a darker runaway there. But let me just have a squidge in here and you are twinning. Twinning for a second time there. And there's no more in that one. And you're twinning with dark purple twins here. Okay, so Wendy, let me dry these up and hold them up for you as well. And then if you would like to swap for a different colour, you can do so. Of course, if you're happy with any of these, that's perfect as well. These pinks and purples, look at those. They go beautifully together, don't they? Love that. It was, Janine. Thank you to everybody who understood that's why we sort of had an earlier live on New Year's Eve. If the kids ask something like that, it's something that, yeah, I don't want to say no to. Both are beautiful. They are. Let me measure them for you and you can let me know what you'd like to do. Or if you prefer to have a think about it, you can take a screenshot and then email me your choices if you would like to. Pinkle number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he is a 7.5. Pinkle number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5 as well, so they're the same size there. Purple number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. he's an 8.5. And purple number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He is an 8. Wendy, what do you think? Oh, that's lovely, Tara. See, my kids, it's the first sort of year, like they have stayed up for it in the past, but I think this year they knew it was coming. And I actually didn't actually think about it to ask them if they wanted to celebrate, or if I mean stay up, but I really should have realised. What child doesn't want to stay up past their bedtime, past midnight, partying, eating food and playing games? So yeah, it was a lovely night. You've taken a screenshot and you'll let me know. Of course, that's okay. I'll make a little note of it here. And then yeah, when you email me, just include your 5-digit order invoice number, and then yeah, what colours you'd like on the item. And if you'd like any swaps, we can do that for you as well. Oh, bless her, Sophie. There's a lot going on, isn't there? Right, Wendy, let me just say that we're going to email across. Perfect. Okay, so then you have a stuffed stocking. And wanted to know if it has been done or not, Leanne. What do you mean? Have you had your opening? If you've had your opening on the 24th, I was actually then not working from Christmas until the 30th. So for those 5 days, I haven't been working. So there has not been a postal run since after Christmas. There'll be one done this week, definitely. My kids go back to school on Tuesday, so I imagine it would be Tuesday. But yeah, there hasn't been a postal run in between because yeah, I've had some time off over Christmas. So Wendy, you have our stuffed stocking. Now I don't have the stuffed stocking camera set up because it's actually I forgot to plug it in. I do apologise. So we're going to have to just have a little look this way. So with your stuffed stockings, which number would you like? You've got numbers 1 through to 12. You're the first one to pick. And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Oh, if it has been opened, Leanne. I wouldn't know off the top of my head. Have you been booked in at all? Number 8, Wendy. Okay, so if I pop those over there, this one here is number 8. So hopefully you guys can still see. There we go. So I just forgot to put the stocking camera up. Oh, let me get some kitchen towel out. So would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Number 8. And let's go down. Okay, straight through to the oyster side here. So we have got 1, 2, 3 oysters, and you have a pendant here. It is a Christmassy themed pendant, but it can be worn. Oh, I haven't got the chain ready. It can be worn, like it doesn't have to be worn at Christmas time. So I'm just looking for the Okay, so I'm going to show you this way and then I'll grab a chain in a moment. So this is the mother of pearl snowflake pendant. Okay. So let me, if I can see if I can get it focused. So this is actually, do you know the mother of pearl I show in the insides of the shells? This is actually a mother of pearl pendant. This is made out of the mother of pearl, so you can see it's shining away there. Now you don't have to have a pearl on this one, or if you wanted to, your pearl would sit at the top. As you can see, it is double-sided. I'm just going to see if I can pop it in the sand and get it focused for you. Really doesn't want to focus on that, does it? Okay, there we go. So your mother of pearl snowflake pendant. I hope you're happy with that one, my lovely. Sorry I don't have the chain on and the card here. I will grab it after your opening. It is unusual. It is lovely though. I don't know if you can see it, but it does have the shimmer of the mother of pearl as well. So it does have that sort of shimmer on both sides there. So 3 oysters alongside this one, so if I get them open for you, and then like I said, you don't have to have a pearl on the jewellery if you don't want to, or you can choose to have a pearl that will sort of sit at the top there. So oyster number 1, and we're donating these shells here, so thank you ever so much for that. There's one side. And the other side. Oh, and in your first oyster, you are quadding. Quadding with quite unusual quadding colours, actually. There's no more in that one. So you have got a sea green, a black cherry, a blush pink, and a lighter lilac purple. The stuffed stockings are sold out. These ones were the ones which were left over, and they were open to supporters, and they have been sold out now. So it's a slightly two-tonal sea green, black cherry, light lilac, and a blush pink. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side, and in here, look at that one, you've got a larger, brighter yellow there. There's no more in that one. So if I pop him in the sand, look at the size of him. He is beautiful, larger, brighter yellow. And then moving on to your last oyster, which again is from your stuffed stocking. There's one side and the other side. And in here, there you have a brighter, deeper icy blue with there's no more in that one. Wendy, what do you think to all of these? Now, if you'd like a pearl on the jewellery, that's perfect. Let me know which one. Or if you prefer to have the pendant as it is and the pearls loose, that's fine as well. Just let me know. So from the top, you've got that black cherry, two-tonal sea green, light lilac purple, blush pink, bright deep icy blue, and a brighter yellow. If I run them through the board for you, the blush pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. The lilac purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Two-tonal sea green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And the black cherry is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. The bright icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an, oh, he is an 8, sorry. And then that yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He is not an 8.5. You have a 9 and you are in the 9 club with that yellow. Ah, I'm just going to pop you on the donated shell screen because I just need to grab your 9 club badge. I'm also going to just grab a chain while I'm a card for the chain to go on while I'm here. Okay, 9 club. Let me bring you back again. So because you have got in the 9 club, you get a 9 club badge. Now, of course, it is the right way round. It's just because you're seeing a mirror image at the moment. Ah. Wendy, I hope you're happy with all of those. Let me know what you would like to do. Would you like one on the jewellery or would you prefer to have them loose? Let me bring you back up again. We haven't had a 9 in such long, not a massively long time, but a little while. Which is why they're quite rare and which is why we have badges for our 9 club members. Whoop, whoop. I don't have a sticker to pop on here, do I? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to everybody joining. There we go. Card is ready. Oh, bless her, Nikki. Not a problem. I think the light purple or pink on the jewelry, please. Not sure which will show better with the mother of pearl. Now I have the card. Do you want me to hold them up against it? That may be easier for you. Okay, so let's get this focused. So here it is on the card. Now this is the lilac purple. So I'm just going to move the mother of pearl just so you can see. It does sort of catch the light and reflect it with almost like, well, it is the pearly, pearly luminescence with the mother of pearl there. So that's the purple. And then this is the pink. Oh, that's just a bit of sun there. Let me pop that down. There we go. So that's the pink. So I think they're very close. I think it is literally personal preference. I think they both go beautifully. So let me get the purple again for you. The purple is slightly more subtle, I would say, next to the mother of pearl there. So it depends if you'd like have the colour slightly popping or not. Does that make sense? Did that help at all? Let me bring you back up again. A lot of people are saying purple. I've got something, I think I've got a piece of, you see me blinking a lot, I think I've got a piece of eyelash or mascara or something sort of on this eye, coming inwards slightly. So I'm just trying to blink it out. What do you think, Wendy? Oh, think will purple mean it will go with more things, so purple, of course. Well, I'm glad you're happy with that then. Of course, you do still get all of the other pearls as well, don't you? I'm just popping these in here with your 9 club yellow. Oh, love that. Okay, so if I put these all on here for you. And I've wrapped up your shells from the first order there. And like I say, just pop that email over with what colours you'd like on there whenever you're ready. And then I can get that all booked in for you. Thank you for the donations with your shells with the stocking there as well. And that's up there for you. So I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Oh no, 9 Club, I know. Whoop whoop. And actually, those of the 9 Club will probably, hopefully agree with me here. When you actually then get that pearl at home and you pop it next to the other pearls that you may have, you can definitely see that the size, yes, it's 9 Club, but I don't know, I was going to say it feels and looks bigger. It is bigger, but it seems like it's bigger than what it should be compared to the other ones. I can't describe it, but does that make sense? Does anyone here who's had a 9 pearl? Can you see what I'm trying to say? Mel, bless you. Thank you ever so much for the stars there. Right, up next today is Cara Sean. Cara, are you here? Sophie, Cara, hello. Should we do your oyster opening first? Then you are also another person who's got the stuffed stocking. So with your oyster opening, what type of oyster would you like? Would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? It does, Tara, doesn't it? It just, to me, the 9s, even though obviously we've measured them, they are a 9, they just seem so much larger. Mystery and donate the shells. Now, is there a certain colour you're hoping for here, my lovely? Okay, so let's go down. Quite a nice deeper pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. There's no pearls on that side. And then if we have a squidge in here. Oh, you've got a dark grape purple there. Is that, no, that's just the tail. If you can see that darker section there, that's just the tail. So you have a dark grape purple, Cara. What do you think to this one? Let me dry him up for you and pop him in the sand. Now again, if you're happy with this one, that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap him for you. So dark grape purple. And if I run him through the board, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. Oh, he's a runaway. He is a 6.5. What do you think? Can you see a sea green, please, or a colour that would match your Tahitian earrings? Yes. Definitely a sea green would, or to go for like a Tahitian look pearl. So obviously this is not a Tahitian pearl, but this one has that sort of tone colour to him. Let me grab you a sea green as well, and then you can have a look at both. Okay, so you can see this one here is like a greeny silver, if you like. It's definitely base silver, but it does have that sort of slight overtone to him, and then you've got that sea green next to him as well. Are either of those what you're looking for? The greeny silver is perfect. Perfect. Okay, so that one is yours. Let me bring you back up again and I'll pop that on here. You also then have a stuffed stocking. Now hopefully that's going to be okay though, like that. Let me move the camera slightly. Number 12 is in the corner there. Basically numbers all the way 1 through to 12. Number 8 has gone. Which number stuffed stocking would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Number 2, and donate the shells, not a problem. Please excuse the messy desk. It's not messy, but it's just got bits on it. Okay, so let's go down number 2. And in here, Cara. Hi, Bronnie. Okay, so in here you've got 1, 2 and 3 oysters there, and you have a pair of earrings, Cara. So let me see if I can pop these on here for you so you can have a closer look. Now these earrings are on the website. They are 925 silver and they are stud back earrings here. So these, I believe, are called the Daisy Dew earrings. So your pearls are going to be set right away in the centre of the flower, and then each alternate petal, you've got the solid silver and then the zircon encrusted petals going around to make up the flower. Stud back earrings and your pearls go in the centre. I hope you're happy with those, my lovely. You've got 3 oysters alongside them, and you will be able to, if you don't have matching pearls, and if you would prefer to have matching, some people like to have odds, but if you prefer to have matching, you will be allowed to swap one of your pearls to match another one in your set of pearls to make a matching set if you would like to. So we'll see what comes out, Cara, and then we'll go from there. They're on your to buy list. Oh, I love that. So now you can cross that off because you've got them in your stocking. So is there a certain colour you're hoping for then to come out of your oysters here? Let's open them up. So oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. Oh, and in your first oyster has given you a darker pearl there. There's no more in that one. Hoping for Snow Whites. Okay. Well, first oyster is definitely not a Snow White. He looks like he's a two-tonal olive and silver pearl. Let me hold him up so you can have a closer look. So you can see silver, almost like a mottled effect, and then has that silver and olive with the flashes of green coming through there with your first pearl. Oh, he doesn't want to come out the pearl picker. Hang on. Must be quite a nice larger pearl not to want to come out the pearl picker. Okay, moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are quadding with 1, 2, 3 and 4. There's no more in that one. So if I just dry these up for you as well. So you have got a sea green, a darker two-tonal silvery purple, a lilac purple and a icy blue. Quadding! And then moving on to your last oyster, which again is from your stuffed stockings here. So in this one, there's one side and the other side. And in here you have a rose gold, and there's no more in that one. Okay, Cara, what do you think to all of these, my lovely? Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you for joining us today. So the top row, you've got that two-tonal olivey silver green and the rose gold. Then you've got your sea green, two-tonal silver and purple, lilac purple and icy blue. Now, if you're happy with these colours, I'll need to know which two you'd like on the earrings. And like I said, because you've got earrings, if you would prefer to have matching, if you'd like to swap one of these to match another, we can do that for you as well. If I run them through the board for you, your rose gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. Olive and silver is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Lilac purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Silver and purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And the sea green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6, yes, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Rose gold on the earrings and swap the icy blue. Now that's definitely not going to be a problem. However, I don't know if I can swap it on the live, just because with these rose golds, I've said it before, we've got so many. Oh, actually, the one that runaway. Oh, I think that runaway's, that's the perfect shade, but I think that's just slightly a little bit larger there. Yes, New Year, when it strike 12, hopefully everybody said White Rabbit 3 times. It would have given you good luck. Yeah, Cara, I may have to swap this off the live just so we can get the right shade and size here. There's definitely not going to be a weight. Oh, hang on, let's move this. Sorry, I'm just moving it back to level. Again, that one's just slightly. Let me show you, because let me show you this one. The lilac on lobster fitting, of course you can. So your rose gold was a 6.5 and this one I'm adding in is a 6.5. So I'm measuring the same. Visually they look slightly different in size, but they are the same. Would you be happy with those, or would you prefer ones which were sort of dead on visually as well, if that makes sense? Obviously here they are in different size holes, that won't help the situation. Let me pop them in the sand. Just suddenly thought, there you go. Yes, on the first, so when it turns the first of each month, the first thing you say after it turns midnight to become the first, whether that's at 7 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock at night, the first words you say need to be white rabbit, white rabbit, white rabbit. But that does include, of course, when it turns New Year. That's perfect, Cara. Perfect. Let me bring you back up here. So, Cara, my lovely, I hope you're happy with all of those. I'm just popping these in here for you. The invoice for the lobster clasp on the lavender will be sent over for you tomorrow, and that will go to the email address that's on the order form. Okay, thank you ever so much for the donations of your shells, my lovely, and I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives, and that's safe up there for you. Right, Cara, you're ever so welcome. If you've ordered for today, Mia, yes it will. However, I won't be doing an updated order list until we've got to the end of the current order list. Okay. Up next then today is Stacey Black. Stacey, are you here? Stacey, hello, hello, hello. You've got 1, 2 oysters here. Yes, Sandy, of course you can. Remind me of the order number and I can make a note of that. Mystery oysters, keep your shells, Stacey. So 1 and 2. Are there certain colours that you're hoping for? Let me get these open for you. There's 1 and 2. And let's go down. 21937. Oh, bless you, of course. Move to Tuesday. Okay, I've made a note here. Then when I get to the order, I'll look at the notes I've made. Not a problem, my lovely. You do have a stuffed stocking as well. Yes, we'll do that stuffed stocking after the openings here. Okay. So, is there certain colours you're hoping for, Stacey? Mystery oyster number 1. We have a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And let's have a squidge in here. You have a lilac purple. We've had a few lilac purples today. There's no more in that one. So if I just clean these up for you, and then we'll have a closer look at the colour of your pearl there. Okay, so your first pearl out is this lilac purple. Let me hold them up so you can see. Moving on to oyster number 2, which again is a mystery oyster. You've got a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. Now I can see straight away in here, look at him. That's a beautiful grape purple there. Let me pop him out and then let's have a squidge in here as well. And there's no more in that one. So 2 different shades of purple, Stacey. Let me just pop these, take this off here for you. Thank you for the tea, Bab. Bab, would you be able to grab me some more wipes, please? They're on the bottom row somewhere. I think bottom row 3 in from the right, but I'm not 100% sure. 3 or 4 in from the right. Okay, so you've got a lilac purple and a grape purple. Where were they?
3 right.
Yes! I love it when I get things right. Thank you, Bev. Actually, Aaron. Oh, he's gone. Lilac purple and grape purple. Now, if you're happy with those, Stacey, I'll need to know which ones you'd like where. And of course, if you're not happy with them, I can swap them for you. So if I run these through the board, the grape purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, he's a 6. And the lilac purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. I didn't shop any sales in like Boxing Day sales and stuff. I was just rushed off my feet. I didn't get a chance. How bad is it? Oh, not bad, but I didn't even get a chance to have a look. Oh. Lilac purple on the ring and swap the grape purple for midnight blue, please. Did you get my note about making the guitar into a keyring? I have gotten the notes here. I've actually got a note to email you because it will be, obviously, there'll be a slight additional. I don't know off the top of my head what the additional would be to make it into a keyring, so it's not a problem, but I would then invoice you for that if that's okay. Like I say, off the top of my head, I can't remember what that additional price is. But yeah, it's not a problem. I can just send that invoice across for you tomorrow. It'll go to the email address that's on the order form. But I have got that note here. So there's a midnight blue. Lilac on the ring. And then midnight blue on the other. Let me have a show this for you though. Are you happy with that blue there? It's a slightly lighter midnight blue, if that makes sense. Let me bring you back up. Blue on the keyring, perfect. That's okay about the invoice. Okay, perfect. So yeah, that invoice will get sent across for you tomorrow. I won't email you about it then because yeah, I've got a note here to send you an email just to confirm that you were happy that there was obviously the price difference. But if you just confirm to me, that's fine. So lilac on there, blue on there, and we'll send that invoice across for you to the email address that's on the order form. Perfect. So you also do have a stuffed stocking as well. So with the stuffed stockings, number 2 and number 8 have gone. All the other numbers are available. Can you... There we go. So 2 and 8 have gone. Which number would you like? 5 and keep the shells. Perfect. So let me just pop these back again. Number 5 is this one here. And I'm just going to arrange this for us. Okay, so let's go down. Thank you, Stacey. So Stacey Black, number 5. Keeping your shells. Let's get him open. Oh, Stacey, you've got our new bracelet, and you've got 1, 2 and 3 oysters there with this bracelet. Now this bracelet is either in the coming soon section or the new in section. I can't remember if it's been moved across yet or not. And this is the hollow chain heart T-bar bracelets. So let me just show you. Now this is 925 silver, but it is a hollow chain, so it's not as heavy as our other bracelets, because the other bracelets are more solid silver all the way through, if that makes sense. This is a hollow chain, but it's still 925 silver. So I can't get it to focus. So it's a T-bar bracelet. It's got this puffed heart on the side end here, and it's 7.5 inches long. Let me undo it. 7.5 inches long. It can have an extension chain on it if you would like to. To undo it, of course, you just take the T-bar out. There we go. So I hope you're happy with that one. And like I say, it's one of our lighter chains, because or lighter bracelets, because yeah, some of our bracelets, of course, they're not heavy, but you can feel the weight to them. This one is not. It's because it's hollow. It's one of those that if you don't like having the feeling of a bracelet, but you like the look of the bracelets. I know that sounds strange, but some people really like if I'm driving, I really don't like having bracelets on. But this one, you'd barely feel it, so I think I'd be okay. Does that make sense? But yeah, I hope you're happy with it, Stacey, my lovely. 3 oysters alongside him, and you get to pick 1 pearl to go onto the bracelet. Now, you can fit other pearls on there with lobster fittings if you would like to. You don't have to have a pearl put onto there if you don't want to, but you do have the option of 1 pearl on there. So Stacey, I hope you're happy with that one. Oh, I've just seen you absolutely love it. Oh, perfect. Sorry, I was looking at the bracelet. I didn't see the comment come through. You'd need a safety chain on that. You could. I do have safety chains. If you guys do want a safety chain, I can add them on. Yeah, that's not a problem. But because it's the T-bar, if you've got smaller wrists, then I would recommend having a safety chain, definitely. If you've got a wrist where it fits nicely, it would, with the T-bar, because it's a certain length, it wouldn't come undone unless, of course, you're playing with it, kind of thing. Because some T-bars are obviously smaller, so they do sort of just need the slightest angle to come undone. This one is quite a long, if you can see, it's all the way across. It's quite a long bar, so it's not going to be accidentally knocked, if that makes sense. So, oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And in your first oyster, you are quadding. Let me pop these out for you. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Beautiful pastel quadding colours here. So let me just dry them up for you. One, 2, 3 and 4. You've got a sort of a deeper lemon yellow there. Then you've got a pastel icy blue, a candy floss pink, and a blush pink and a coral. So quadding oyster for your first oyster. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side, and in here you have a candy floss pink. There's no more in that one. Oh, I've just realised we're keeping the shells. Sorry, my lovely. I'll bring the other one back to clean as well. No. Oh, Chloe, when are you due? That's amazing. We've had a few people log on while they've been in labour, which is quite bizarre because, yeah, when I was in labour, I just remember like, ah! My labours were not as straightforward though, so that might be why. So your second oyster has given you a candy floss pink here. There he is, quite a nice larger pink as you can see. And then moving on to your last oyster. Does it help the subtitles, Leah? So they can be turned off for anybody who doesn't want to watch the subtitles. Obviously they can be turned off, the 3 dots in the top of the corner up here somewhere. But yeah, and hopefully they're translating me clearly. I don't have a very strong accent, so hopefully they are picking me up with most words. So your last oyster, my lovely, there's one side and the other side. And in here you have a black cherry, and there's no more in that one. Okay, so Stacey, what do you think to these, my lovely? Let me just take the flesh off this one as well. Now, like I said, I'm going to need to know which one pearl you'd like on the bracelet, or if you prefer to have no pearls on there for now, that's absolutely fine. Just let me know. So let me hold these up so you can have a look at them all. Lemon yellow, pastel icy blue, blush pink and coral, black cherry and candy floss pink. What do you think to those? If I run them through the board for you, you've got your lemon yellow. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. Icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5 as well. You've got your blush pink. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. And the candy pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7 as well. Black cherry is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. And the larger pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He is an 8. Stacey, what do you think? What would you like to do? Just going to wrap up the shells for you. No, that's absolutely fine. No pearls on there. That's absolutely fine. Let me write that down. But I'm glad you're happy with that. So if I bring you back up again here, and I'm just going to pop them all on here for you. All the shells are wrapped up as well. Okay, perfect. Stacey, my lovely, I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. I'll send the invoice over tomorrow for the key ring, and that's safe up there for you. Okay, and up next today is Nikki Eastwood. Nikki, are you here? Nikki, hello, hello, hello. Shall we do your stuffed stocking first this time? Because you then have a pearly dip, which I'll grab the box in just a moment. So with your stuffed stocking, if I move this over, numbers which are available are 1, 3, 4 and 6, 7, 9, 10, 11 and 12. What do you think? Which number stuffed stocking would you like? Number 7, would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells, my lovely? So number 7 is this one here. Let's just bring you back again. Already looking forward to grandchildren, Sophie. Oh, let's go down. Okay, donate the shells, Nikki. Perfect. Oh, what's going on here? There we go, we're in. Okay, so you have some earrings and you have 1, 2 and 3 oysters with the earrings here. Now these earrings are on the website and have been on the website for a little while. They're quite hard to show you on here actually. Now they are hoop earrings, of course they're 925 silver, and they are thread through hoop earrings. So I'm just popping them on here just so I can see if I can show you. Now they're quite a nice larger hoop earring, so you can see here it threads through here, then you push it all the way through your ear, and then on the front you've got these stars. Now if you would like to have pearls on these, they would sit just behind just behind the stars, so then they get shown through the star there. But with these ones you don't have to have the pearls on the jewellery. Of course they do sit and hang nicely, it's just because we've got it on the card here. So beautiful larger hoops, and then you can choose to have the pearls on or off of the jewellery again, so that's completely up to you. I hope you're happy with those, my lovely. Let me take them off here again. Perfect. So 3 oysters alongside those, and we're going to see what colour comes out. Perfect. So again, with them being earrings, if you don't have matching pearls and you prefer to have matching colours on them, you can swap one of your colours to match another to get that matching set. So yeah, we'll see what comes out, and then we can know what's going to happen next. So Nikki, oyster number 1 from your stuffed stocking. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you are quadding. You are quadding with your first oyster, 1, 2, 3 and 4. And there's no more in that one. So let me dry these up for you. You've got a icy blue, a candy pink, a coral and a lemon yellow. Icy blue, candy pink, coral and yellow. And then moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side, and in here you are twinning, and you're twinning with black cherry twins there. There's no more in that one. Now with these black cherries, visually they do look slightly, just slightly different in size to each other. Of course we will measure them for you, but look at those beautiful deep black cherry twins. And then moving on to your last oyster, which is again from your stuffed stockings. Oh, there we go. So in here, there's one side and the other side. And in here, you have a candy pink. This one's slightly lighter than the first pink you got earlier. And there's no more in that one. Oh, might have to go for pearls. Might have to go for pearls for the earrings. Oh, decisions, Nikki. So let me hold these up so you can have a closer look. What do you think to these? So icy blue, slightly darker candy pink, coral and lemon yellow, twinning black cherries, and then that brighter candy pink as well there. So if I run them through the board for you, the lemon yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. The coral is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. The darker pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. And the icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He is a 7. The lighter of the two pinks is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. And then red number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Red number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7 as well. So the twins are measuring the same size, just visually look slightly different. And you'd like to have the red twins on the jewellery. That's perfect. Let me just pop these on here as well for you, Nikki. I'm glad you're happy with those. Okay, so if we pop that, we're going to have red on there. And then you also have a pearly dip. So the pearly dip box is just there. I don't know if I can reach it. Let me just pop you on this screen. Oh. Okay, so let's bring you back again. It was literally just behind the board. It's just right. Okay, so with your pearly dip, let's just give these a. Is there anything in particular that you're hoping for? And I've got wet hands. Okay, so I'm not going to look. Nothing in particular. Okay, so we have a gold envelope here. There we go, that can go there. And let's go down. Okay, so in here for you, Nikki, you have another pair of earrings here. Now let me pop these on here for you. Now again, these are 925 silver stud back earrings, and these are on the website. Now these are the blue petaled, they're a bluey green petal. They've got this enamel colouring in them, and they've got these gorgeous sea green pearls there. What do you think to these? So 925 silver stud back earrings, blue greeny petals with gorgeous deep green sea green pearls. Love them. Perfect. Let me just bring you back up again. And if I pop this on here. So Nikki, I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Thank you, Bab. That's safe up there for you. And thank you ever so much for the donations with your shells as well. That's great. No, you're very, very welcome. Right, up next then today is Claire Perks. Claire, are you here? That's a good cup of tea. Claire, hello my lovely. You've got one opening altogether, Mystery Oyster and Donate Your Shells. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for? So Mystery Oyster, let's get him open, Claire. And let's go down. So is there a certain colour that you're hoping for? You have a lighter pop there. So in here, there is your mother of pearl. Oh, and you have a runaway there. So let me have a squidge here for you. And there's no more in that one. So you have a coral pearl here, Claire. Now I've just seen you was hoping for a blue. So if you're not happy with this colour, we can swap him for you. If you are hoping to swap for a blue, just let me know what sort of shade of blue you're looking for, and I'll grab one so you can have a look to see if it's the correct shade. And of course, if you're happy with this coral as well, that's perfect. So it's completely up to you. Just let me know what you'd like to do. So your coral, let me run him through the board. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. What do you think? Can you see a light baby blue and a light Tardis blue? Of course you can. Just give me a second. So a lighter icy blue would be this one here. Let's move this. What I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to give you a few options. It's the same shade there. Okie dokie. Lighter Tardis blue. I'd possibly say one like this, or no, that one's slightly got more purpley to him. Let me show you these three and then we can go from there. So you've got, can we see the difference here? Let me pop them on here, see if that helps. Just because then you can tell me whatever number they're sitting on if you'd like one of these as well. So, oh, I don't know if I'm going to get it focused for you, Claire. Bear with me. If not, I may have to pop it back in the sand. Oh, okay, so I tried. We'll keep them in the sand. So you've got the lightest of the icy blues. I've got a slightly brighter icy blue, and then I've got this darker, then this is your Tardis blue. So the lightest of the three, the middle colour, and then this is the Tardis blue as well. Are any of those the sort of colour you're looking for? The lightest of them, perfect, that one can be yours, and that one's going to be going on the jewellery. If you could just confirm for me that you're happy for him to go onto the jewellery, and then I can make a note of that as well. If I pop this in here for you, and on here. Yes, perfect. Okay, so Claire, I'm glad you're happy with that then, my lovely. I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives as well. And thank you ever so much for the donations with your shells. And that's safe up there for you. Okay, so up next then today is Leslie Boyne. Leslie, are you here? Claire, you're very, very welcome. Leslie Boyne, are you here? Leslie, hello, hello, hello. Again, Leslie, just because it's a different name on Facebook as it is the order form, if you could just confirm the second part of the email address for me. That's the email address that's on the order, if that's okay. So just from the @ sign onwards, what that section is, just to confirm. I hope you can understand. It's just a safety thing, just to get that. So I'm not opening it for the wrong person. That's perfect. Thank you, my lovely. So you've got 2 stuffed stockings. So I'll read you the numbers which are available, and then yeah, let me know which 2 numbers you'd like, and if you'd like to keep or if you'd like to donate your shells. So your numbers which are available are 1, 3, 4 and 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if I say that again, 1, 3, 4 and 6, 9, 10, 11 and 12. Which 2 numbers would you like? Number 3 and number 10. Perfect. So if I just bring you back here, number 3 and number 10. We'll open up number 3 first. And then of course go over to your number 10. So number 3 is this one here. Would you like to, donate your shells, bless you, thank you, my lovely. So if we get this open for you. Oh, okay, so with number 3, you have a pendant, and you have 1, 2, and 3 oysters with your pendant. Now, this pendant is one of our moonstone pendants. So on the website, these are actually sold where you can choose again to have the pearl on or pearl off of the jewellery. It's going to be completely up to you. Let me hold them up first so you can have a closer look. I don't know which one this is on the website regarding the name. I know it is on the website, but yeah, I don't know the name of this one just because of the moonstone pendants. Look at him. So you've got that moonstone. If I just move it to the side there, you can already see the colours glinting away. Moonstone in the centre there. And then this beautiful darker patterned outing of that, almost like a framed stone in the centre there. If you've emailed me, Leanne, okay, not a problem. I can get back to you. What day is it? Tomorrow. You should get a reply. If you've emailed today, you should get a reply by Tuesday. Okay. Leslie, I hope you're happy with that, my lovely. So if you would like to have a pearl on here, he sits towards the top and would be able to move around. But like I say, you don't have to have the pearl on there if you don't want to. So you can let me know once we see what colours you've got, what you would like to do. So 3 oysters alongside that one. Let's get him open. So 1, 2, and 3. It's stunning. I mean, the moonstone jewellery, we've got a moonstone section. I think actually a lot of the moonstone items, I think they're actually in the sale at the moment. But yeah, I love moonstone items. They are really stunning. And if you get the right colour pearl to go with them, it complements them so well. So Leslie, there's one side and the other side. And in your first oyster, you are twinning with lighter but slightly brighter apple green twins there. There's no more in that one. So if I dry these up for you. Okay, so apple green twins to start with. Again, visually maybe slightly different in sizes, but we'll measure them at the end for you. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side. Oh, and the other side. And in here, popped straight out there, you've got a brighter coral. And there's no more in that one. So let me pop him in here for you as well. So twinning apple greens and a brighter coral. Already those ones go together with each other. And then moving on to your last oyster. So this was stocking number 3, Leslie. The last oyster here. There's one side. And the other side. And in here, look at that. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wow, look at that one. Oh, wow. You are quadding. And you've got some lovely colours here. There's no more in that one. You've actually got 2 different, like 2 very unusual shades here. Oh wow, Sophie, do tell. Okay, so you've got a Tardis blue and an icy blue, and then these 2 here. Let me show you. So this one, I think is like a sort of mint green because he's got that slight blue tone to him. So you've got minty green here. And then this one is like a golden olive green. So I think he's like a base gold, but he does have that green overtone. So quadding oyster, Tardis blue, icy blue, mint green, and a golden olive green. And then the top 2, you've got the twinning apple greens and the coral as well. Leslie, I hope you're happy with all of these. And like I said, I'm going to need to know if you'd like one of these on that jewellery. If so, which one? Or if you prefer to have the pendant as it is and the pearls loose, that's fine as well. Let me know what you'd like to do. If I run them through the board, the coral is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Twin green number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Twin green number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. Tardis blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. Icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. The minty green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And the golden olive green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. I love the idea of paying in play money and then paying in cash come payday. That is a brilliant idea, because I always forget. If I say to my kids, if you do this job, that'll be an extra whatever. I always then lose track and I'm like, That is a brilliant idea. Leslie, what do you think though? Please have the first apple green on the pendant. Do you mean this one here, so the one which was on the outer edge? Just confirm for me before I mix them all up. Is that right? Yes, perfect. What I'll do then, let me bring you up. If I put this here and then your other pearls in here, that way I definitely haven't got it mixed up. So that one's the one for you. I'm just going to write this down and then we'll open up stocking number 10. So we're going to have on the moonstone, we've got the apple green. Perfect. So let's go back down to open up stocking number 10. Yes, I am in Northamptonshire in the UK. Stocking number 10. It feels like I'm moving really fast. Oh wow, I just think the camera is that clear today. Bum bum bum. Sorry, normally it's not that. Is it really clear for everyone? It's really clear for me. Sorry. Oh, I'm in a weird mood today. Right, let's get this open for you. Has it gone really clear for everyone? Oh, I love that. Okay, so what's going on here? Oh, there we go. Okay, so in here you have a pendant and you have 1, 2 and 3 oysters with that pendant. Now again, this pendant is on the website. And it is, I've got this pendant, but this pendant on the website comes in 3 different colours. I've got the darker green version of this one, and this one on the website is called the ruby red. Now this is the Beat pendant, so B-E-A-T, ruby red. So look at this. This is covered in crystals and you can see the red sparkling away. Now if you turned it around, you can have this sort of woven silver design on the back there, so you can wear the pendant on the reverse side if you wanted to, but it does have this gorgeous sparkling side on the front there. Leslie, I hope you're happy with this one. Now again, with this you don't have to have the pearl on there if you don't want to. What I did with the stuffed stockings, with obviously some items definitely need pearls on, but some of them don't need the pearl on, just in case you guys wanted a certain colour on there. And if it didn't come out of the oysters, because you can't swap the pearls, I've done it so it's like, obviously with this one you don't have to have a pearl on, so if you don't get the colour you want, you don't have to put a colour that you don't like on there. Does that make sense? So again, this one does have the option, pearl on or pearl off. It's going to be completely up to you. But I hope you're happy with this one. So 3 oysters alongside him here. So let's get this open. So there's 1, 2, and 3. Now, is there a certain colour you're hoping for here, Leslie, my lovely? Oyster number 1. Oh, there's one side and the other side. And straight away, you've got a beautiful, brighter, hot pink there. And there's no more in that one. So let me dry him up. So beautiful hot pink to start with. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are quadding 1, 2, 3, and 4. And there's no more in that one. Okay, so you have a lemon yellow, a candy pink, a icy blue, and a coral. And then moving on to your last oyster, again from your stuffed stocking number 10, I believe this one was. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you have a darker silver, and there's no more in that one. Okay, so Leslie, with these ones here, I'll need to know if you'd like to have a pearl on or off of the jewellery, and if on, which one of these would you like? So bright hot pink, darker silver, candy floss pink, icy blue, coral, and lemon yellow. Let me run them through the board for you. So the silver is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. The hot pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. The coral is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Candy pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. And the lemon yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. What do you think? What would you like to do? Perfect. Okay, so let me bring you back up here. Hot pink on the beat pendant. When you say jump ring on the others, just to confirm, just jump rings on the ones which were in the sand here, not the loose ones from the earlier one. Is that right? Just so obviously I get this right. Oh, both lots, Leslie. Okay, that's not a problem. Let me just pop these in here for you as well then. So that invoice will get sent across tomorrow for you. It'll go to the email address that's on the order form, okay? Leslie, thank you ever so much for the donations with your shells. And I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. That's safe up there for you. You're very, very welcome. Right, up next then today is Janet Lloyd. Janet, are you here? Janet, hello. Okay, so Janet, you also have a stuffed stocking here. Numbers that are available are 1, 4, 6, 9, 11 and 12. Which one would you like? So numbers available again are 1, 4 and 6, 9, 11 and 12. Oh, can you have a number 9? Of course you can. And donate the shells. Perfect. Is there anything in particular that you're hoping for? Oh, green wrapping with this one. So let's go down. So in here, oh, okay, so we have a pendant with 1, 2 and 3 oysters there. Now your pendant already comes with a chain. Yep, and I'm just looking at the length chain you've chosen, so that's absolutely fine. So I think it's a different style chain, but it's the same length as you've chosen, okay. Now this one here, the pearl does need to go onto the pendant. So this is the Antlers Pendant, as you can see here. So your pearl is going to be sat and popped onto that disc and pin there, and then coming off that pearl you can see those antlers. Now these antlers are, again, it's all 95 silver. Some of the antlers are encrusted with the zircon crystals, then you've got the little offshoots which are the plain silver. No, I didn't I didn't put the stocking in the bin. No. I've put a it's like a not a box, but it's like a, let's say a box behind the bin, so it's down in that area, but it's not the bin. It's just because that's where the stockings, that's where I ended up putting them, and there's no room behind the board. Normally I put them behind the board, but definitely not in the bin. I can see why you think that though, because the bin is that down there. It's just the bin's a lot closer to me, that's all. Right, so Janet, I hope you're happy with that pendant there. Now let me just pop this back in here, and you've got 3 oysters to go with that one. So like I say, I will need to know which one of these colour pearls you'd like on that pendant. Then all the other pearls are going to be yours. Now you've seen the item of jewellery. Is there a certain colour that you're hoping for? So, oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side, and oh, in here you have a candy floss pink. Stephanie, no, we don't have a physical shop or premises at the moment. We are an online only business at the moment, my lovely. Okay, so your first colour out is a candy floss pink. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have a blurple, and there's no more in that one. Now a blurple is a mix between a blue and a purple. So, and again, he looks like he's quite a nice size for that blurple there. There he is in the sand. And then moving on to your last oyster, again from your stuffed stocking, Janet. There's one side and the other side. Oh, and a slight runaway there, but then I can also see you are quadding with your last oyster. And again, beautiful colours here. We've had some really unusual colours with our quadding oysters today. Let me just dry these up. So we've got a darker purple, a sea green, a lilac purple, and a icy blue. What do you think to all of these? So top row, candy floss pink, not plink, and a blurple, and then a dark purple, sea green, icy, lilac purple, and icy blue. Now I will need to know, like I say, which one of these you'd like on the pendant, Janet. Let me run them through the board in case that helps you make your mind up as well. Your candy floss pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your blurple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. Your icy blue, keep getting those two mixed up, is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. The lilac is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. The sea green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And the darker purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5 as well. Off the top of my head, I don't know what the length of the bracelet is, Claire. Hopefully in the description of the item, so if you go into the item, there's a description underneath that should say the length there. If it doesn't know, do let me know and I'll make a note to update that information tomorrow for you. Janet, what do you think? Sea green on the necklace, of course you can. Let me bring you back up again. And if I pop this in here. Okay, perfect. Janet then, my lovely, let me pop this on here as well. Oh, missed that bag. I hope then you'll be happy with everything once it arrives, my lovely. And thank you ever so much for the donations with your shells as well. And that's safe up there for you. Nope, Janet, you're very, very welcome. Okay, up next then today is Tara Hughes. Tara, are you here? It doesn't have it in the description. I do apologise. Let me make a note. Pop's bracelet, isn't it? If I put update size. So if you have a look on there by tomorrow evening, that should be updated there for you. I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head there. Tara, hello. You have a stuffed stocking as well. You'd like number 11, donate the shells. Also, you sent across an complete loyalty card. That is okay. Let me just have a look to see if I can find it. Oh. Where's it going to pop up over there? Sorry, it's just loading, my lovely. Oh, I love that how you've wrote your name and date there. Yes, that's perfect. Okay. So we said that you would like, let me come back, where are we? Number 11, donate the shells. So number 11 is this one here. We'll do your additional oyster opening after your stuff stocking here, if that's okay. Oh, bring the camera back. So number 11. Let's go down. Okay, so you have a pendant as well, Tara, and you have 1, 2, and you have 3 oysters as well. Now, your pendant, again, I think this one is on the website. If not, it's in the coming soon section on the website. It's one of our newer items that have only just been popped on recently. So if I show you here, this is, there we go, it's the honeycomb heart. So it's got the honeycomb, the heart is actually, has got the sort of the straight lined sides of the honeycomb. Then you've got honeycomb filling up half the heart, and then a little bee on there as well. Now again, this one you can choose to have the pearl on or off of the jewellery, and this one's actually quite playful as well, because you can move the heart, so you can obviously just move it around so it hangs on either side there. So yeah, you can just choose on which way it to hang. The chain does just transfer from side to side there. You love it. Oh, perfect. I'm glad you're happy with him. So like I say, you get to know, you get to choose, sorry, whether you'd like the pearl on or off of the jewellery there. So let me open up your 3 oysters. We're donating the shells, thank you ever so much. Now you've seen the item of jewellery. Is there a certain colour pearl you're hoping for? 1, 2, and 3. So oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side, and in here you are quadding, and this quadding oyster almost has like a darker feel to the colours that just came out there. I don't know how to describe it, because you do have a lighter, brighter icy blue there, but have a look here. So you have a Tardis blue, a berry, oh, it's like a purpley red actually, and then a grape purple and an icy blue. So this one here, he does look red on the camera, but he does have that sort of purpley tone to him. So Tardis blue, purpley red, grape purpley silver, and then a icy blue. Moving on to Oyster number 2. Hoping for a yellow to hopefully go with the pendant there. Okay, so there's one side and the other side. And in here you have another icy blue. However, this icy blue has got some darker blue lines on him. I quite like it when they've got an unusual pearl here. So let me see if I can show you. So can you see here? It's got like a blue line. Can you see that? It's quite cool. So quite an unusual coloured blue there. And then moving on to your last oyster. So in here, there's one side and the other side. And in here, oh, we have another darker one. We didn't have the yellow there, so there's no more in that one. And he actually looks like he's a darker, deeper purple pearl here, Tara. Now let me hold these up and show them all to you. Now if you'd like a pearl on the jewellery, let me know what you would like. You don't have to have the pearl on there if you don't want to. Top row, you've got that Tardis blue, reddy purple, a silvery grape purple and an icy blue. You've got that icy blue with that darker line around him, then you've got that deep dark purple as well. What do you think here? What would you like to do? If I run these ones through the board for you, your icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Grape purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Purpley red is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And the Tardis blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Icy blue with the ring around him, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And the dark deep purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he is an 8. Pearl off of the jewellery, of course you can. Well, Tara, I hope you're happy with everything there then, my lovely. Let me just pop this all on here. Thank you ever so much for the donations with your shells as well. Let me just write down, so we're going to have no pearl on there. Perfect. So I do hope you'll be happy with everything, and that's safe up there for you. Oh, we have your loyalty card as well, don't we? Sorry. You have your prize orders. Can we add them to this one? I'll make a note. I don't think I've packaged those ones yet. I'll make a note. Add prize order. Okay, so you also have an additional loyalty card as well. I nearly forgot. What type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? Yeah, you would have reminded me. Just keeping you on your toes. You paid for the postage on this. You have indeed, yes. Christmas and donate. Okay, is there a certain colour that you're hoping for here? So let me get this one open for you. And let's go down. So your Christmas oyster, you have a lighter pop there. Oh, okay, so in here there's your mother of pearl. There's no pearl on that side, and straight away I can see a Christmas green, and there's no more in that one. Okay, what do we think to a Christmas green? Now again, if you're not happy with this one, you can actually swap this one. Let me hold them up for you so you can see. And then on the board for you, your green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. You love him. Perfect. Just confirm to me that you're happy to keep him. And then I'll pop him on here for you as well. Excuse me, I have asked Aaron for a tea. The yawning started early. Absolutely keep him. Perfect. That is on there then. Again, I hope you're happy with everything once it arrives, and that's safe up there for you. And speaking of tea, yay! Thank you, Bubba. Could you grab me some more kitchen towel as well? Thank you, Bubba. Excuse me. Right, up next then today is Lisa Bailey. Lisa, are you here? Okay.
Do that.
Thank you, Bab. Are you alright? Thank you for the tea. Don't forget the cup. Thank you, darling. Bye. A tuneful yawn. Oh, it was. It's catching. Oh no, I'm sorry. Right, I've got a tea now, so it will pass again in a moment. I do apologise. It's one of those, we've had one of those days where we had really energetic and just sort of doing morning, and then we sort of chilled this afternoon. And the chilling of our Sunday afternoon always makes me sleepy. So I need to sort of switch them round so I'm like ready for the live. Lisa, hello. Can you have number 1 with the stuffed stockings? Of course you can. Donate the shelves. Perfect. Thank you. So your stuffed stocking number 1, my lovely. Let's go down. Oh, bless you, Debbie. I'd give you your money back. Oh, right. Okay, so Lisa, in here, you have a pair of earrings there. And 1, 2, 3. All 3 of those are quite large oysters, actually. So a pair of earrings with 3 oysters. Now, these, I believe, are the Flurry Earrings. Now, I don't know if you would have seen these. They're 925 silver, stud back earrings here. And they're called the Flurry Earrings. But again, these ones are ones which can be worn all year round. So it's this beautiful snowflake effect. Now, your pearls are going to be set right in the center of these earrings there, so we do need to know what pearls would go on these ones, and they are like snowflakes, but like I say, you can wear them all year round. I think they could almost look like flowers if you like. Like a sparkly flower, depending on what colour pearls you have in them, to be honest. I hope you're hopey with those, Lisa. I hope you're hopey. Oh no, I hope you're happy. Oh, when I start mixing my words up, that's when you know it's going to get interesting. Okay, so let me pop these in here. Donating the shells. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for? Yeah, they could be like a sun as well. They've got sort of got that look to them. So like I said, they're called the Flurry Earrings, but they're definitely one of our Christmas items which can be worn all year round. I mean, to be fair, the Christmas items I have, I do wear all year round. If I feel like I need that little bit of extra magic, shall we say, on a certain day of the year, I will pop them on, and it makes me know that I've got that little bit of extra Christmassy thing with me. Does that make sense? Right, so like dandelion fluff. Oh yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that, Nikki. So oyster number 1, Lisa. So I was just moving my leg then, I didn't want to push the knife while I move. So there's one side and the other side. And oh, in here I can see that you've got 2 pearls there. Different, you are quadding. I was going to say you've got twinning pearls different colours. That does happen, but it's quite unusual to happen from these types of oysters. But no, quadding oyster, and that's actually the smallest of your 3 oysters here as well, which is quite cool to take note of. Right, so colour-wise, you have a lighter icy blue, a Pepsi blue, a grape purple, and a larger, darker purple. Icy blue, Pepsi blue, grape purple, and larger, darker purple. Again, the darker purple has that slight red tone to him there. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. I'm just going to do the first side again. Okay, so in here you are twinning, and you're twinning with brighter apple greens there, and there's no more in that one. So let me just dry these up for you. So here are your brighter apple green twins, which are beautiful, actually slightly visually different. One's maybe slightly lighter than the other there. And then moving on to your last oyster, Lisa. There's one side and the other side. And in here, no way, you are twinning for a second time with apple green twins there. Now the second set of twins are definitely lighter than the first set of twins. And these 2 second ones actually visually do look slightly different in size. We will measure them for you, but I would say that we do have one which is slightly larger than the other. So you can see here your top row, you've got icy blue, Pepsi blue, grape purple and darker purple. You've got your brighter apple green twins in the centre there and the lighter apple green at the bottom. What do you think to these? My top, yes, it's reindeers. Reindeers. Right, what do you think to these, Lisa? Let me measure them for you. The darker purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Laura, thank you ever so much for the starzer. It's very kind of you. Grape purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Pepsi blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. And the icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. The brighter apple green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Brighter green number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. So they are measuring at different sizes there. Lighter apple green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. And the lighter twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. So they're actually measuring different sizes there as well. Lisa, what do you think? What would you like to do? Now, if you would like more time to make your decision, that's absolutely fine. You can take a screenshot of these and then you can just email me your choice over if you prefer to. If you know now, that's absolutely fine. And if you wanted to, you can swap one pearl to match another to get matching colours or even sizes for the earring. Oh, just tapped it on the way down. It just made a little... There we go. They're all still there. It's fine. Can you have the blues swap the icy blue? Let me bring you back up. Now, I think I can do that for you. However, because that's more of a Pepsi blue than a Tardis blue, I'm going to have a look through. So I'm going to do it off of the live if that's okay. If I can't do it, I'm going to email you tomorrow to let you know. And then if you wanted to, you could pick a different colour. So I'm going to keep the icy blues with the rest of your pearls for now. Make a note to match the darker blue, and then if it's done, you won't hear from me, and that's absolutely fine. If I can't find the match, then I'll email you and we can discuss if you'd like to have a wait for it or pick a different colour or anything like that. Is that okay for you, Lisa? That's no problem. Perfect. Okay, so let me just write that down then. So we're going to swap icy blue to match darker blue. And then we're going to have the darker blues on there. Perfect. I've got that down for you. Thank you ever so much for the donations with your shells. That's safe up there for you. And I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. When will your delivery be with you? I don't know off the top of my head. However, you do get dispatched emails when your item has been sent out. There hasn't been any dispatched emails this side of Christmas, and that's because I had from Christmas Day to the 30th I had some time off, and then of course with the bank holidays and stuff, the next postal day will be Tuesday, so we will have a postal run ready for Tuesday. Okay, I can't guarantee that your order's in there, but obviously try my very best. Right, up next then today is Tracy Chamberlain. Tracy, are you here? Tracy, hello. You have a stuffed stocking. Can you have number 12? You can indeed, if I can reach it. There we go. So donate the shells. Let's bring you back. Okay. And let's go down. Two seconds, sorry. Okay, so let me get this open for you. Sorry about that. Tracy, parcel number 12. And in here you have a pendant as well. And then you have 1, 2, and 3 oysters there. So let me get these, let me show you this one first actually. I went straight to opening oysters there. So you have the angel pendant. You have the angel pendant. Now this is an angel and she is carrying the love heart there. Now again, this is one of those that you can choose to have the pearl on the top of the pendant and be able to move around, or you can choose to have the pearl off of the jewellery. So that's going to be completely up to you, Tracy, but I hope you're happy with that one. So let me get your oysters open. Would you like to have a pearl on the jewellery, or would you like to see what comes out? And is there a certain colour that you're hoping for? So there's 1, 2, and 3. Your first oyster, Tracy. There's one side and the other side. And in your first oyster, you are quadding. 1, 2, 3, and 4 quadding there. And there's no more in that one. Oh! Oh. Sorry. I've moved my camera system forward so you guys could see more of a downward angle. Yeah, I brought my hand across too close. I'm ever so sorry. Right, so just keeping you all awake at this time of night. Right, we've got a black cherry, a sea green, a lilac purple, and a candy floss pink. Oopsie. Oh, bless you, Penny. Yes, of course, I'm fine. I just tap, it's just light tap with my hand. Oh, right, so moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here we have a darker pearl there. And there's no more in that one. What's in the tea? Oh, no, just tea. You have a darker gunmetal grey. I was just seeing if he had a colour in him, but I don't believe he does. So he's a darker gunmetal grey there. And then moving on to your last oyster. So again, this is from stuffed stocking number 12. In here, oh, there's one side and the other side. And you have another darker pearl there. I agree, Wendy. There's no more in that one. Okay, so your pearl here. Now this one's quite a nice larger sized pearl. He's a very deep, darker. Now I'm going to say I think he's a base chocolate, but he almost looks like he's got that sort of red chocolatey tone to him there. Okay, so Tracy, what do you think here? And are you happy with any of these to go on to that jewellery, or would you prefer to have them loose? Top row, you have black cherry, sea green, lilac purple and candy floss pink. Then you have a darker gunmetal grey and a deep chocolate. If I run these ones through the board for you as well, the candy floss pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Lilac purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Sea green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. And the black cherry is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Darker gunmetal grey is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. And the dark deep chocolate is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Tracy, what do you think to these? Oh, bless you, Alison. Thank you ever so much for the stars there. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Can you have the lilac on the jewellery? Of course you can, Tracy. Let me pop that in there. And then your other pearls here. And then I'll write that down for you. Perfect. So I'm glad you're happy with that one. Lilac. And thank you ever so much for the donations with your shells as well. And Tracy, I hope that you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. No, you're ever so welcome. Okay, and up next is Penny Rafferty. Penny, are you here? Now, I think I saw Penny a moment ago, so hopefully she's still here. Hello, 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 hello. I'm fine, thank you, Alison. I hope you're well as well. Penny, hello. Can you have stocking number 6 and keep the shells for your daughter's fairy garden? Oh, I love that. If you're happy to share photos, feel free to add them in the group once the fairy garden's complete. I'd love to see it. So your number, stretchy number 6. Keep in the shells. Let's go down. Oh, I love that, Penny. Okay, so let's get this open for you. Okay, I can see right straight away you have a pendant here. And you have 1, 2, 3 oysters. Now, your pendant is on the website. And again, this one's slightly different, this pendant here. Let me just... Sorry, you can choose with this one where you have the part, where you have the chain, because the chain sort of threads through one side and then comes out the other. Now you can choose, obviously, displaying where you would, the pendant's the same all the way around, but you can choose to see how you want. Say, for example, you had a 2-tonal pearl, you could choose where the pearl would be displayed, because you can then thread the chain through at any point on the pendant. Does that make sense? So one day it can be facing up, one day you can face it down. Oh, Bernie, see, I've put a new stars target. Now all stars do go back into the business. Now the stars target is actually related to Easter. That's all I'll say. Now this is called, Penny, the Vortex Pendant. Now again, it's 925 silver, and you can see all these sort of swells heading inwards, and then every now and then you've got one which is encrusted with that zircon crystal. Now your pearl is going to be set right in the centre here, so you won't see that disc in the centre. That's where your pearl will be sitting. I hope you're happy with that one, Penny. Oh, just to clarify though, obviously with the stars, if we don't hit the target, that's fine. We'll still be doing something for Easter. I just meant that it all goes towards it. So that just, yeah, that's why I've set the new target. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Stars don't need to be sent. Oh, dearie me. Right, okay, so now you've seen the item, Penny. Is there a certain colour that you're hoping for here? Let's start oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And in your first oyster, you are quadding as well here. And again, beautiful quadding colours there. And there's no more in that one. I'm just going to take the flesh off here for you. To remove captions, at the top of the right hand corner of the screen, so up here, there's the 3 dots. If you go on there and then you click the close captions or the untick it kind of thing, you should be able to turn captions off if you don't want to have them on there. Okay, so yeah, I quite like having the captions on now. It's nice for people to be able to hear and see what's going on. But yes, the option is definitely there to turn it off if you guys want to watch and sort of read the comments instead of reading the captions. Now, with your quadding oyster, my lovely, you've got an icy boo. Oh, it's that time of night. You've got an icy blue, a lilac purple, a dark purple, and a sea green. So icy blue, lilac purple, dark purple, and sea green from your first oyster. Moving on to your next oyster, there's one side and the other side. And in here you are twinning. You're twinning with black cherry twins there. There's no more in that one. Now we are cleaning the shells as we go, so please bear with me a moment. Okay, so black cherry twins here. So it does look with these twins here, you do have one slightly brighter, one slightly darker twin there. And then moving on to your last oyster from your stuffed stocking. So it's got slightly damp now, so it's slightly more slipping. There's one side and the other side. I feel very clumsy this evening. I feel like I need to be slightly more careful. There's no more in that one, and you have a larger chocolate pearl here. we saw my in-laws over Christmas, and she's a very, very crafty lady. Like, she makes lots of things, and she kept showing me her beautiful makes. Like, they went glass blowing, and she showed me some other bits and bobs that she'd made. And I kept she kept giving me them, and I kept sort of saying, I really, really love it, and I'd like to look at it, but I don't want responsibility because I am clumsy. So I just sort of kept giving it back because I didn't want to hold something and end up breaking it. So yeah, I am a clumsy person. I am knowingly clumsy as well, so I do keep in mind that I shouldn't hold precious things. Surprisingly though, I can make jewellery and have a steady hand when I need to. But yeah, I can be quite clumsy. So, what do you think to all of these, Penny? I'll need to know which one pearl you'd like in the centre of that pendant. Your top row, you have an icy blue, a lilac purple, a dark purple and a sea green. You've got a chocolate and then twinning black cherries, one of which is brighter than the other. Bella, hello. So if I run these through the board for you, your sea green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. The dark purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. The lilac purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And the icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5 as well. Darker cherry, black cherry is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Lighter black cherry is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And the chocolate is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. Dark purple, I love that. Okay, let me bring you back up and then I'll write that all down for you. I just need to have a sip of my tea as well, I think. Just going to wrap your shells up for you as well. But yeah, when the fairy house is done, we have the Pearls of Brecon group. So we're live from the page now. You guys can't share photos to the page, but for like sort of everyone to see and comment on. But if you share them to the Pearls of Brecon group, yeah, I'd love to see. Love it. My daughter, she's made a few fairy gardens, but sort of, yeah, they never lasted a long time, if that makes sense. Perfect. Penny, I hope you're happy with that then. I've wrapped up your shells as well, and I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. No, you're very, very welcome, my lovely. Okay, up next then today is Kaylee. Kaylee Salis, are you here? Kaylee Salis, are you here? Kaylee, hello. You'd like white and sea dark green. What would be the best oysters? So you've got 4 openings altogether. For the whites, I would say either the normal natural oysters or even the Christmas oysters, because we are getting snow whites out of those. So yeah, the whites, normal, natural, or Christmas. For the sea green and dark greens, again, Christmas oysters have got the sea and Christmassy greens in there, or the new rainbow bag. Okay, so both colours you're looking for would be Christmas, or you could go for the new or the natural. And also with the greens, you could go for mystery bag as well. So it's completely up to you, Kaylee, what you would like to do. You've got 4 openings, so you can mix and match if you would like to. And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? What do you think? I think I've put my heating on too hot in here. I might have to turn a little fan on. The heater's not on now, but I boosted it earlier in here. I think it's got a bit too warm. 2 Christmas, 1 new, 1 normal. Donate the shells. Of course you can. So 2 Christmas, 1 and 2. 1 new, 1 normal. 1 new. And 1 normal. What's in here? Oh, I've got a... This is your one. Had a piece of paper in that one. So let's get these open. Donation the shells, and you're hoping for whites and sort of dark sea greeny and darker greens. Let's get these open for you. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, perfect. So let's go down. Your Christmas oyster number 1. You have a lighter pop there. And there's your mother of pearl. So in here, I can actually see a little bit of a peeper there. Let me have a squidge. Oh, and he ran straight off. That's just a piece of shell there. You have a white pearl to start with there, Kaylee. And there's no more in that one. So let me dry him up for you. White pearl to start with. Moving on to Christmas oyster number 2. You have a lighter pop there. Oh, and you've got a red runaway. So he's a berry red. So there's your mother of pearl, berry red one runaway. However, I can also see that you have got your dark greens you was hoping for and another red. You are quadding in your second Christmas oyster there. And there's no more in that one. So let me just dry these up for you. Okay, so berry red, Christmas green and Christmas green. Perfect. And then still got 2 oysters to go. So moving on to oyster number 3. There's one side and the other side. And in here, so this is your new rainbow oyster, and you have a Tardis blue there, and there's no more in that one. So there's your Tardis blue. Kathy, honestly, it's just something that I need to do now, month on month, year on year. There's one side. and the other side. Oh, and in here you have a rose gold from your normal natural oyster. Okay, so Kaylee, let me show you all of your pearls here, and then you can have a look and you can decide what you would like to do. Now, if you're not happy with any of these, we can swap them for you. If you are happy, that's perfect. I'll need to know which colours you'd like on which items. So top row, you've got your rose gold, your snow white and your icy blue. You've then got 2 berry reds and 2 Christmas greens. If I run them through the board for you, your Tardis blue is a runaway. Your Tardis blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Then you have your Snow White, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And the Rose Gold's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. Your Christmas Red number 1 is not a 5, not a 5, not a 5, not a 5, not a 5. Not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Christmas Red number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7 as well. Christmas Green number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He can fit through the 7.5 if I push him there. And number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5 as well. So one's a 7.5, one's a tight 7.5. Kaylee, what do you think and what would you like to do? Yeah, see Tara, I'm with you there. We had a really weird breakfast lunch, if you like, yesterday. So New Year's Day, we all got up really late and sort of said, well, we'll have breakfast at lunchtime, so at 12 o'clock. So we did sausage and egg, what was going to be sandwiches, but then I realised that we had some we had some cinnamon and raisin bagels. So we had sausage and egg on a cinnamon and raisin bagel, and it was very bizarre because obviously the cinnamon raisin bagels are quite sweet. But to have it with the sausage and egg, it was very bizarre, but I'm not going to lie, it was delightful. So yeah, I definitely recommend trying that if anyone has the ingredients in. Oh, right, Kaylee, what do you think to these colours? Oh, Sue, I hope everyone's okay. Do you have a preference to which colour goes on which pair? No, see, that's where me and you differ, Sophie. I prefer ketchup. The whites on the dangly one's perfect. It may be that I might have to match this white off of the live. I know it doesn't, I know it's... Yeah, I'm going to match the white off the live. Just because with my white pots, I have lots of different shades of white. And there's actually a few creamier colours in there as well. But I can definitely swap it for you. It's just a matter of finding it for you, if that's okay. But like I said, there's definitely not a weight on the white. It can get done for you. Oh, where we? Oh no! Look at my trousers. They're terrible. I've got joggers on today. That's fine. Perfect. Okay, so I've got that down for you then, Kaylee. Let me pop this on here. Like I said, the swap will definitely get done for you. So I hope you're happy with everything once it arrives then. And that's safe up there for you. What's like fish? Ketchup? See, I'm not a fan of fish, so I wouldn't say it's like fish. But I suppose, what else would you have on a bacon sandwich? If it's with bacon, like bacon and egg, I wouldn't have mayo. But if it was bacon and like lettuce and stuff, I'd have mayo. You could have barbecue sauce with bacon, I suppose, but I wouldn't, might be a bit overpowering in a sandwich. Oh wow, Kaylee. Well, I hope you have, firstly, I hope you have a fantastic wedding day. And yeah, I hope they're perfect for you as well. Right, up next is Rowena Davey. Rowena Davey, are you here? Rowena, can you keep your shells? Of course you can. Did I see, have I got you? There was somebody on my list who I had twice. I've got a funny feeling, yes, it was you. Okay, so I've got you to have 1, 2, 3, 4 oysters altogether. Is that correct, my lovely? My earrings, yes, these are the ball earrings on the website. Oh, no, not a problem at all, my lovely. I just wanted to confirm for you. So 4 oysters altogether. You'd like to keep your shells, which is absolutely fine. What type of oysters would you like? So you've got Christmas oysters, which are a mix of sort of Christmassy colours. Mystery oysters, which are a mix of all the colours together. Light rainbow colours, dark rainbow colours are more natural coloured pearls. So depending on the colour of the pearls you're hoping for, can depend on the oyster that you pick. So do you have, or what oyster would you like, my lovely? So 4 altogether. You can have 4 different oysters if you wanted to. And you're keeping your shells, so that's perfect. 1 Christmas, 2 mystery and a new. 1 Christmas, 2 mystery. Actually, why don't we keep these on here now? 1 and 2 and a new. Okay, so are there certain colours? Oh, no, stay there. Are there certain colours you're hoping for, my lovely, and you'd like to keep your shells? Perfect. 1, 2, 3. And 4. So let's go down. Okay, so Christmas oyster. Oh, double pop there. Love bluey one for the necklace, and then have pinks as well. Okay, so there is your mother of pearl. Oh, and you've got a runaway there. And I can also see from your Christmas oyster, you are twinning. And you're twinning with berry red twins there. There's no more in that one. So we're going to be cleaning your shells as we go as well. So just bear with me here. There we go. So, oh, forgot that. Your first pearls out are twinning berry reds. Let me dry these up for you. And then in the sand here, there we go. Beautiful brighter reds there as well. Then moving on to Mystery Oyster number 1. Oh, double pop with that one. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. Now I can see a peeper at the top there. We can see a blush, and you're twinning for a second time. And there's no more in that one, and you're twinning with like a blush pink kind of kind of colour there. When I say kind of colour, it's just because it's a slightly brighter blush pink, almost going into our candy floss pinks. However, I do think it's more of a blush pink colour there. So let me dry these up as well for you and hold them up so you can have a closer look. And then moving on to Mystery Oyster number 2. You have a lighter pop there. There's your mother of pearl. And then in here, if we have a squidge in here, you have a darker purple. And there's no more in that one. Oh, Leanne, bless you. Thank you ever so much for the donations of your stars there. Thank you, my lovely. Okay, so a dark purple. Let me dry him up for you and hold him up as well. And then we've got one oyster left, which is your new rainbow oyster. So here is your purple in the sand. And then moving on to your last oyster. There's one side. And the other side. And in here you have a larger, darker purple, and there's no more in that one. Okay, right, let me just again take the flesh off here, and then we'll have a close look at all of your colours. Now, if you could have a closer look and then let me know if you're happy with these colours. I'll need to know, of course, which ones you'd like on your jewellery. If you're not happy, we can swap them for you. Just let me know what you'd like to swap and what you'd like to add in. Okay, so let's go through these first for you so you can have a closer look. You've got your berry reds, your blush pink, grape purple, then a darker, deeper purple. What do you think to these, my lovely? So let me pop them through the board. Your berry red number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Berry red number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Blush pink number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. And blush pink number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Your grape purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. And your dark purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. What do you think to all of those, my lovely? Grape purple on the necklace. Sorry, what I'm doing is I'm just wrapping up your shells here. Grape purple on the necklace. Okay, and do you have a preference of which colours you'd like to go onto the fittings as well? Let me just bring you back up. Email with the other ones, that's absolutely fine. So grape purple on there, and if I put here that I'm going to check my emails. So when you've had a think about it, that's absolutely fine. So whenever you're ready, pop me that email over to the email, to our email address. It's info@pearlsofbrecon.com. If you include your 5-digit order invoice number in that email, then I can allocate obviously that email to the correct order if that's okay, and then I can get that all booked in for you, my lovely. So that's all safe on there for you. I've got that note, and your shells are nice and safely wrapped up. So I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. Okay. Rowena, you're very, very welcome. Oh, Stacey, that's amazing. Well, I'm glad you're happy with it. So it's something that you wanted as well. Love that. Okay, perfect. Up next today is Sue Hutchinson. Sue, are you here? Oh. Sue, hello, hello, hello. You've got 2 openings altogether. You'd like mystery oysters and to donate your shells. Is there certain colours, Sue, that you're hoping for? So 1 and 2, let me get these open for you. There's 1 and 2. And let's go down. Okay, so mystery oyster number 1. You have a softer pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. Now, if we have a squidge in here, you have a darker pearl there. There's no more in that one. That's just a piece of shell there. So a darker pearl to start with. Let me dry him up for you. He is a darker, almost black, that one. In fact, I'm going to say he is a black. So you have a black from your first mystery oyster there. And then moving on to mystery oyster number 2. You've got quite a nice deep pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And let me have a squidge in here for you as well. And you've got a purple. So Sue, you have a black and a purple. Now let me dry this up for you. What do you think to this one? Now, if you're happy with these and happy with these to go onto the jewellery, Sue, that's perfect. Again, if you're not happy, we can swap them for you. Black and grape purple. Well, it's been quite a purpley night tonight, hasn't it? So your grape purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. And your black is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Let me have a look, Joe. Yes, can do. That's not a problem. There is a few more to add on to the order list already though, so as long as you don't mind waiting, it can be for tonight though. Of course you can, Sue, that's not a problem. I'll make a note here that you're going to email me. And then whenever you're ready, just pop me an email over with your 5-digit order invoice number, and then when I can get that all booked in for you. So that's not a problem at all. Okay. Let me just pop here that I'm going to look out for that. Perfect. Sue then, my lovely, thank you for your donations of the shells as well, and I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. Thank you, Chelsea. I do love my ceiling. However, I'm going to have to start hoovering, because it's going to be staying up. We're leaving the ceiling up now. I'm going to have to start hoovering it, because this is like an organza material around some baubles, and I'm very nervous that I'm going to end up knocking all the glitter off the baubles. Yeah, so I'm going to have to try and work out a cleaning schedule for it, because it would need to be cleaned. But yeah, that's my problem, to work out, yeah, cleaning schedule for it. No, I don't think, fingers crossed, touch wood, that it won't fall down. I might knock a few of the, it's tacked in lots of places. It's not just like a tack at either end. So I don't think I'd knock the whole thing, but yeah, I'll work it out, and it'll will hopefully be okay. Right, up next today is Delene Wilkinson. Delene, are you here? Oh, bless you, Chelsea. Basically, it's baubles with a organza fabric sort of folded and rushed around each bauble. That is then, the baubles are then tied to like a elastic type of cord, which is then put against the fairy lights, and that is all not stuck, but I used the little tabs, like the sticky command strips, in multiple areas going up and down, so then it's multiple different lines. That's not a continuous line. It took me days, but yeah, I do love it. Right, Deline, hello, hello, hello. Deline, my lovely, you have got 2 openings altogether. What 2 oysters would you like, and would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? Not a problem, Joe. I'll be doing an updated order list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people away, I think. And then I'll do an updated order list. Okay. Deline, mystery oysters, keep 1 shell, donate the other. Not a problem. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for, my lovely? So 1 and 2. Let me get these open. So there's 1 and 2. And then let's go down. No, that's not a mystery oyster. Hey. I did pull it out of the mystery oyster bag, didn't I? Do we have a sneaky stowaway? I did pull it out of this bag, didn't I? Oh, it's that time of night. My brain can't remember. Okay, so I'll grab you another. Let me ask you. We have a sneaky stowaway. Now, I'm very, very happy to open up a mystery oyster for you. Or you could have the surprise oyster instead. It's up to you. If you prefer to have this one with your other mysteries, I'm very, very happy to open it, because obviously this is not meant to be in there. But yeah, let me know, what do you think? I didn't even clock it until after I'd opened it. I didn't even. Gosh. You'll have the stowaway. Okay. I'm ever so sorry. I don't know how I didn't notice. I just looked down to open up 2 mystery. I was like, wait a minute. Let's not. Well, we'll open up the stowaway second then. Which shell would you like to keep? Or would you like to keep both of them, because they are different to each other? So, mystery oyster. You have a lighter pop there. Hoping for lighter colours. You've also placed another order as well. Okay, my lovely. I'll open up these 2 and then I'll print off it. If it needs printing, I'll do that. If it's already in the list, I'll have a look for it. Okay, so mystery oyster. Keep the mystery one. Okay, perfect. Let me have a squidge, and you do have a lighter, brighter candy floss pink there. There's no more in that one. Joshua, Lewis and Luke, hello. Claire, if you've made the order already, I will be doing an updated order list shortly. So it will be tonight, unless of course you've booked in for a different day. It will be tonight, my lovely. If you prefer to have an earlier opening though, that's not a problem. I can move you to a different day. Deline, your first pearl is a candy floss pink. Quite a nice brighter candy floss pink here. Oyster number 2, which is the stowaway. There's one side and the other side. The stowaway is a quadding oyster. You have a quadding oyster, my lovely. Wow, 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 wow. There's no more in that one. It was definitely the right decision to keep that oyster then. Let me dry these up for you. So you've got a Pepsi Blue, a Icy Blue, oh, Pepsi Blue slightly two-tonal, Icy Blue, Apple Green, and a two-tonal gold as well. So, Candy Floss Pink, two-tonal Pepsi Blue, Icy Blue, Apple Green and a two-tonal Gold. Deline, what do you think to these? Now, would you like to choose your colours now? And of course, if you're not happy with these, we can swap them for you. Or would you prefer to do your next order and then choose at the end? It's up to you which way round you'd like to do it. I'll measure these now for you. Bright's Candy Floss Pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. Your Gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. The Apple Green's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Icy Blue's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. And the two-tonal Pepsi Blue's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5. He's an 8. To go on the earrings, can you change the pink to an icy blue? Of course you can. Let me see if I can match that now for you. Again, that's a colour that there's definitely not going to be a weight on. It's just a matter of going through. It's a full-bodied blue. Dun -dun. If you just have a look here and just confirm if you're happy with that one there for me. And then it's the blues on the jewellery, if that's right, if that's correct. The icy blue on the jewellery, I should say. Is that correct? So I've just come to print these orders off so I can see. Oh, hang on, you said have I already got it printed out there? Ah, yes, I've just printed it off here. It's just printing the next one. Bear with me. Yes, okay, perfect. So I'm just going to bring you up for a second while the printer catches up with me. Isn't it weird how printers, they've done nothing like all evening. I've gone to print something and it's printed like a 2 and it's gone into like a cleaning schedule. No. Why didn't it do the cleaning schedule when I wasn't using it? Very bizarre. Right, I've just wrote down that you'd like the icy blues on there. I'm just popping your other pearls in here for you. And then you've got an additional oyster opening as well then. So let me add that order onto here. But what type of oyster would you like with that one, my lovely? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate those shells? Same name, same address, that's perfect. Christmas oyster and donate. So is there a certain colour you're hoping for with this one? So Christmas oyster. And let's get him open. And let's go down. Okay, so in here we have a softer pop there. And there's your mother of pearl. Something bright. Okay, to start with, I can see a darker pearl there. And let me just have a squidge in here for you, Deline. And you are twinning. There's no more in that one though. Now you was hoping for something bright. You've actually twinning with darker silver bells, almost like chocolatey silver bells with these two here. Now you can swap these two if you would like to, and I will need to know which one you'd like on your jewellery. What do you think? So twinning silver chocolatey bells. Let me pop them on the board for you. Twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7 as well. Swap one for a light pink. Of course you can. If you have a look at this pink here, would this one be okay? Just going to bring you back up again. That's lovely. Perfect. Okay, so let me just pop these in here and then I'll add and write that down for you. So we're going to have pink on there. Delene, my lovely then, I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Thank you for the donations of your shells, and I've kept the shells you wanted to keep there as well. They're all safe up there for you. And yeah, I hope you're happy with that, my lovely. No, you're very, very welcome. Up next then today is Jutta Lehrman. Jutta, are you here? Jutta, I saw your name. I got a couple of people on the list twice, so I do apologise. But Jutta, I've just popped these two together, I believe. Same name and address, that's perfect. Sorry, just getting my footrest. Jutta Lehrman, are you here? Got Silver Bells song stuck. Oh, did that thing where it squirted out loads. I'm just seeing if it's going to suck it back in. Nope. Okay. Ugh. Just if you're here, please type I'm invisible. It will bring your comment forward so I can see you. If anybody else can see Jutta, please comment on that comment, because again that will bring it forward so I can see. So I'm looking for Jutta Lehrman. If not, we'll move on. Okay, so I'm going to move on. If she just come on, we can answer in, but it will be to the end of the order list. Up next is Steph Davies. Steph, are you here? I thought I saw her earlier as well, Bronnie. It is, I don't know what time, it's 23, oh, isn't it weird when you do that? It's 23 minutes past 11, which is obviously 24-hour clock is 23:23. So yeah, it's well weird. I do it all the time. So I'm looking for Steph Davis. Steph, are you here? Steph, Happy New Year to you too, my lovely. You've got 2 openings altogether. 2 mystery donate your shells. Steph, is there certain colours that you're hoping for? So 1 and 2. Let me get these open. There's 1 and 2. So let's go down. Oyster number 1. Oh, lighter double pop there. Hoping for some pinks. Okay, so mystery oyster number 1. Straight away I can see you are twinning. Now you are twinning here with darker purple twins there. There's no more in that one. Oh, bless you, Donna. Well, I'm glad you're happy with your items, and thank you ever so much for the donations with the stars there. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Steph, your first pearls out are dark purple twins there. Moving on to oyster number 2, which again is your mystery oyster, and you have a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And straight away, I can see a Pepsi blue. Let me pop him out and have a squidge in here. And there is your Pepsi blue. So let me dry this up for you as well. Okay, Steph, what do you think to these? Now, you was hoping for pinks, wasn't you? So if you prefer to swap these, you can do so. Or, of course, if you're happy with these, that's perfect as well. So it's absolutely up to you, my lovely. Twinning dark purples and a Pepsi blue. Now, if you wanted to match the Pepsi blue, there may be a weight on that. I'm not sure if I've got many Pepsi blues, or if any, in my swaps pot there. But yeah, let me know and I'll definitely have a look for you. Purple number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Purple number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. And your Pepsi blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He is a 6.5. What do you think, Steph? What would you like to do? Swap both purples for natural pinks. You can. Let me just have a little look. There's 2 under there, Bab. Thank you, Bab. There's it. That's fine.
Cool.
Thank you, darling.
Eeny, miny, mo.
No, I'm fine. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Get a pinky pearly pose.
Did you guys hear that? It said pinky pearly though. Oh, I got Steph. I'm just trying to find. In fact, what about these 2? Have a look here. Oh, they're different size. They're lovely shades. Those are slightly different sizes. Sorry, I know it's boring me looking at pearls, isn't it? I'll try hurry up. Hang on. Those are a lovely shade though. Right. Let's go for these 2. These two I was going to go with before, however, they're slightly lighter, which is not, they're still natural pinks, just slightly lighter. So let me show you them, and then you can let me know what you think. Oh. Okay. What do you think to those, Steph, my lovely? Perfect, perfect. Okay. I nearly was going to swap off live then, yes, but then I found these two beforehand. It was just if I found the darker ones, I was going to show you them, but I don't think I've got a darker matching sort of pair there. So these were perfect, but I'm glad you're happy with those as well, my lovely. Let me just write down that we're going to have the pinks on here. So Steph, I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And thank you ever so much for the donations with your shells. And that's safe up there for you. Can you have a hoop fitting on the other? You can indeed. Let me just bring that back up. That invoice will get sent across for tomorrow for you to the email address that's on the order form. Perfect, and that's safe up there for you as well. Okay, perfect, Steph. I mean, if you ever get any in the future, possibly see if there's any darker pinks there by then. I did think that, Sue. Thank you. Thank you. Right, up next then is Lois Hearn. Lois, are you here? Lois, hello. Lois, you have 4 openings altogether. What 4 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? If the microphone does go though, guys, please let me know. I've got the other one charging, so I'm hoping we can just swap it, because if this base unit's still got battery, oh no, that's still got battery. It's just saying that this one's about to die. Yeah, that's fine. Lois, 2 Christmas, 2 mystery, and donate. So 1 and 2. They're cultured to do so, Stephanie. 3 and 4. Lois, is there certain colours that you're hoping for here? So there's 1, 2. Yeah, I think I am going to leave the ceiling up as well, because another reason, baubles are round, pearls are round. There's the link. No, I love the ceiling, and I think that if this background here changed from Christmassy to something else, I think the ceiling would look perfectly fine, not just like a Christmassy feel. So yeah, I think the ceiling's perfect to stay up. Not sure in the colours. We're going to see what you're going to get. Okay, so fingers crossed for you. I've gone down. Let's have a look. So oyster number 1. There's a light pop there. So in here, there is your mother of pearl. Now straight away, I can see a darker pearl there. That is a beautiful colour. I might do a little video on how to do the ceiling, you know, then that way everyone can see, because I do get a lot of questions about it. I can make another strip. Now this here, Lois, is like a dark sea blue, but he's a darker sea blue. Look at him. Hang on, let me see if I can get him to focus. Can you see that? So he's definitely a darker green, but he's got that blue tone to him. He is lovely. Moving on to oyster number 2. Oh, quite a nice deeper pop there. And in here, you've got a slight runaway there, and there's your mother of pearl. So there's one, and in here, number 2, you are twinning. And I'm just having a squidge here for you. And there's no more in that one. So twinning with sea green pearls here. Actually, it does look like you've got one twin which is a sea bluey colour, almost like this one. So then you've got your odd one out sea green in the centre there. Love that though. And then moving on to your 2 mystery oysters, Lois. So mystery oyster number 1, you have a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And if we have a squidge in here, there's 1 and 2. You are twinning. And you're twinning with what looks to be like a beautiful, deeper, but lighter rose gold tone. Yes, they are rose gold. Now with your twins here, one is slightly darker, one is slightly lighter in colour, but they are beautiful rose gold twins there. And then moving on to your last oyster, which again is your mystery oyster. You've got quite a nice deep pop there. And in here, there's your mother of pearl. And I can see a little peeper towards the side. You have a lemon yellow. Oh, slippy slidey oyster there. And there's no more in that one. Okay, Lois, my lovely, what do you think to these? Now, again, if you're happy with these colours, that's perfect. I'll just need to know which ones you'd like where. If you're not happy and you'd like to swap the colours, we can definitely do that for you. And if you'd like to have some time to think about it, that's absolutely fine. You can take a screenshot and then email me your colour choice over. So that's absolutely fine as well. It's up to you, my lovely. So you've got that dark, deep sea blue kind of tone, twinning sea greens, a twinning rose golds, one is slightly lighter than the other, and then a lemon yellow. Swap the lighter rose gold for lavender lilac colours. There may be a weight on those. I won't be able to swap those on the live, just because with the lilacs I think there would be a weight. So would you be happy for the weights with those? Swap a yellow for a gunmetal. I can definitely do that. I've just got the big pot over because I don't actually have gunmetals in the little pots next to me, because I took them all out, so they're not actually next to me. So I'm just gonna the next shade for purple, let's have a little look. So we have this one, which is like a violety, but that's quite a bright purple. After that, we've got Blurple, which is a bluey purple. I'm just seeing if I can get some matching ones for you so you can see. And then we move on to probably Cadbury purple and grape purple. Yeah, all the lighter shades we don't really, there is a sort of weight at the moment for. Now, like I say, if you don't mind waiting, I can definitely do that for you. Or if you prefer. Alright, have a look at these 3. So that's more of a Cadbury. This violet sort of pinky purple. And then the blurples on the end there, which is like a bluey purple. I named them Blurple. Yeah. Second one closest to rose gold. So swap the lighter rose gold for that one there. Okie dokie. So that's the swaps. We'll swap the yellow and the one of the lighter rose golds for those two. Do you know which colours you would like where? So the violet and the gunmetal and the two sea blues. Okay, so the green twin, which was twinned with him, has been left over, and the rose gold twin is left over, and then these four on the jewellery. So the two sea blues, because one of the twins was a green and a blue, wasn't it? So is that all correct with those four on there? If so, I shall write that down. I hope I've got that correct. If not, do shout at me. Perfect. And invoice for hoop fittings on the other two. I can do that as well. That's not a problem. So that invoice will get sent across for you tomorrow, and it will go to the email address that's on the order form. Okay. Perfect. I've got that down as well for you. So Lois, then, my lovely, I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives there. That's safe up there for you. No, you're very, very welcome. Star Wars Monopoly game it went well. We didn't finish the game because by the time we started it was like 11 o'clock. And then I put the timer on so we didn't miss midnight, and then after that with the confetti and the big cannon things and spray things, we had to tidy it away. So we never finished it, but I never expected to. And we've played a few other games as well. It was a crazy night, but yeah, the kids loved it. Right, up next is Neelam Patel. Neelam, are you here? Star Wars Monopoly, though, I thought it was slightly different to normal Monopoly. It's not, it's exactly the same, but just different, obviously ones that you land on and different characters and stuff. But like we've got Jurassic Monopoly and that is different. It's like a shorter game, so I thought the Star Wars one would be the same, but no, it's not. I did like the normal one. So I'm contemplating whether I like that or not. Oh, I'm looking for Neelam Patel. Neelam, are you here? If you are here, possibly type I'm invisible or bring your comment forward so I can see you. And if anyone else can see Neelam, please comment on her comments because that will bring it forward so I can see. Yeah, Monopoly. If when we play and if the kids are in the right mood, and Aaron's not a huge fan of Monopoly. He plays it more so because I love it. But yeah, we've played a 4.5 hour game before and my two are young. So if we actually, by the end of it, we just didn't play it properly because they just wanted to stop. And I hate finishing a game halfway through. I don't mind pausing a game to then resume, but once you're into the game, I really hate like ending it. Didn't mind on New Year's Eve because we didn't really get into the game. By the time we sort of set rules at the start of whoever has the most whenever we want to stop wins. I don't even think we counted that by the end of it. I think it just got packed away. But yeah. I don't look like I do. Right, I haven't seen Neelam, so we're going to move on. Oh, with the drink. Yeah, I'm not fond of that one. I've got a tea here instead, so that's fine. So I haven't seen Neelam, so we're going to move on. If she does come on, we can add her in, but it will be to the end of the order list. Up next then is Pamela Rousewell. Pamela, are you here? Oh, really, Tanya? See, I'm always the banker because both kids, I obviously get them to work out the money, but I do it, and Aaron doesn't want to, so I am, but I'm very one of those stick to the rules. So yeah, I can't, because I like to know that if I win because I won. I don't want to know that I won because I cheated, and that's only me. I'm not against it. It's just like I can't, because I'm too competitive to know that I won unfairly. I like to win and know that I won properly. Does that make sense? I'm just really competitive. Oh, bless you, Donna. I'm looking for Pamela Rousewell. Pamela, are you here? Yeah, I've got a tea. So Aaron brought me a hot chocolate in the B mug and a tea in the Elf mug. And it's the hot chocolate I'm just not fond. Maybe it's just this time of night. I don't know. But yeah, the tea's nice. Pamela, hello. Pamela, my lovely, you have got one opening altogether. What type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Oh, I always am, Stephanie. Always am. Even if I don't have a drink of an evening, I'm always up at least 2 or 3 times in the night. It's absolutely terrible. I can't remember the last time I actually slept for more than like 4 hours. It's fine. Oh gosh, Janine. I mean, I can get competitive, but as of yet, I haven't I haven't retaliated. I do just then challenge that person to another game until I win. So, I'm terrible. The rainbow heart. Yes, it is, Pamela, my lovely. That's correct. So you've got one opening altogether with that one. What type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? For everybody who has ordered, after Pamela's opening, I will be doing an updated order list. Oh no, I do drink decaf of an evening. Yes, it's more the liquid consumed that I'm up for, not because of the caffeine. I don't drink coffee anymore because of caffeine and stuff like that. But yeah, no, it's more liquid consumed. It's just, oh, it's terrible. I'm guessing as well my age. I'm guessing as you get older, you need to lose more. I don't know. Oh, bless you. Thank you ever so much for the stars there. That's very, very kind of you. Christmas and donate. Perfect. Pamela, is there a certain colour? Hello? Change the mics. Are we there? Hello? Hello, Facebook, can you hear me? Yes, okay, we're back. Perfect. So we had a lighter pop there, Pamela. Sorry about that then, my microphone needed changing over. So there is your mother of pearl. Now if we have a squidge in here, my lovely. Oh, we have a darker pearl there. And there's no more in that one. Oh, you have an oil slick, Pamela, which is kind of perfect with the rainbow item. So this is a base silver. Now as you go around, you can see blues, greens and purples. It's not a bright oil slick, but he's definitely a oil slick there. Oh, I don't think the camera's picking it up. But what do you think to this one? Now, if you're happy with this one to go onto the jewellery, that's perfect. If you're not happy, I can swap him for you. So it's up to you, my lovely, what you would like to do. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He is a 7. What do you think? What would you like to do? Bank holiday tomorrow, isn't it? I think it's bank holiday tomorrow. I'm just going to bring you up, Pamela, and then you can let me know what you think. If you're happy, or if you prefer to swap it, that's absolutely fine. Whoop whoop, that's perfect. Perfect, Pamela. I'm glad you're happy with him. Let me pop him in here for you. It is I thought it was bank holiday tomorrow. Right, let me pop this in here. So Pamela, thank you ever so much for the donations with your shells. And I hope you'll be happy with everything as well once it arrives. Okay. Perfect. So we're going to be doing the updated order list now. I am going to say though, from this point onwards, let me just have a little look, that the order list is now closed. Yeah, order list is now closed for tonight, so I'm not going to be printing any more off. Okay, so let me close that down. So shall we do an updated order list? Show more prominent. I can definitely pop that on there. That's not a problem. With the way it's set anyway, that's not a problem because it will be able to show all of it. But I'll definitely make a note. Set with green. More. I'm going to copy your spelling of prominent because I can't spell. But I've got that down for you, Pamela. So yeah, I'll set it so it's on the other side. But with that, with the pendant you've got, you can see all the way around apart from where the pin is. So I'll try and get it so the pin's not on the green section. Okay. I hope you're happy with that. Right, with the updated order list, I'm going to type it out and read it out as we go. And then I'll post the order list on the page and in the comments. So up next is Kathy Rax. And then Claire Nottingham. Danielle Concannon. Nia Whitfield, Amy Ripley, Joanne Clark, Claire Nottingham. Oh, you've come through twice there, Claire. Let me have a look. Ah, Claire, that's absolutely fine. Same name. Same address. Let me just add these together for you. Lee Holbert. Okay, so Kathy R, Claire N, Danielle C, Nia W, Amy R, Joanne C, and Lee H. So let me update the order list on the page. So what will happen is where it is on the page, there'll be a dotted line. And then the new order list will be posted underneath, and then I'll post the order list in the comments as well. Now if anybody has fallen asleep waiting for their turn, we can add these on to the next live, which is Tuesday, but we'll wait and see. Hopefully everyone's here, fingers crossed. Kathy, you're here already. Hello, hello, hello. So you've got one opening altogether. Natural Oyster. Hoping for a natural pink and donate your shells. Okay, so your Natural Oyster is here. Fingers crossed for you, my lovely. Let's get him open. And let's go down. So in here, there's one side and the other side. Okay, so in here, oh wow, okay, so this, Kathy, is not a natural colour. Okay, so this is another stowaway, our second of the evening apparently. Now these are not natural colours. These are two-tonal purple pearls. So these are dyed pearls, these ones. So if you're not happy with these, I'm ever so sorry that they've come out the natural bag. If you're not happy with these, we can swap them for you. Now these are two-tonal, as you can see. They actually get lighter and darker as you go around the pearl there with both of them. They have both got that two-tonal markings to them. Now, like I say, if you would prefer to swap them, we can do that for you. And I'm ever so sorry that they haven't come out the natural bag there. What do you think? What would you like to do? Let me run them through the board. Pearl number 1's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Pearl number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. So they are measuring slightly different sizes there. Swap both for natural pink and none on the jewellery. Do the pinks need to be matching? I'm just getting the pinks for you. Nope, just 2 pinks. So there's 1, there's 2. Oh, I just spotted one of the darker ones from earlier. Okay, have a look at these 2 here for me and let me know if these are okay. Are you happy with those? I don't think the camera's picking it up, but you've got a lighter one and then a slightly darker one there. I'll just bring you up here for you. Are you happy with those? Very happy. Darker one. Oh, darker one on the jewellery. Okay. Perfect. I've got that down for you then. Kathy, thank you ever so much for the donations of your shells there. And I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives as well. And that's safe up there for you. Happy New Year to you too as well, Gail. No, Kathy, you're very, very welcome. And up next then is Claire Nottingham. Claire, are you here? Claire Nottingham, are you here? So with the natural coloured oysters, natural coloured pearls, they're not dyed, they are natural. So, but you're not going to get a colour, a purple, as a like that shade of purple as a natural coloured pearl, which is how we know that it's a dyed pearl. Boys are ready. Hi guys. Okay, so Claire, just because it is a different name on Facebook as it is the order form, if you could just confirm the second part of the email address for me. So I don't need to know the whole email address, just from the @ onwards, what's that section of the email address on the order form? And like I said, it's just to confirm that it is you, just because it's a different name on the order to Facebook. That's perfect. Okay, so Claire, you have got a natural oyster and 2 other oysters. So if I get your natural oyster for you, what 2 other oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? So natural one. Okay. Let's get us a large oyster there. keep the shells, and Christmas and a mystery. I'm so excited. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for? So Christmas and a mystery. Let me get these open for you. Okay, so let's go down. Oyster number 1. You have a lighter pop there. And from your Christmas oyster, there is your mother of pearl. Now I can see a little peeper here. You're hoping for pinks and rose gold. Now I can see there, let me have a squidge. 1, 2, and 3. You have triples. You have got 3 pearls in the 1 oyster there. So 3 pearls in your first oyster. Now, let me just take the flesh off here for you. And then I'm going to show you these pearls. Now, they are slightly two-tonal as well, which makes them more unique as well. So let me just take that off there and dry these up for you. So your first pearl, you have a strawberries and cream. Now strawberries and cream is when you've got a two-tonal white and red pearl, which gives it that pink effect. So you've got a snow white and a red, which has made it into strawberries and cream. So you can see it gets lighter and brighter as you go around the pearl there. You then have a cherry red, and you've got a bright icy blue with a red patch on him as well. So definitely two-tonal pearls in there for you. So bright icy blue with the red, cherry red, and then that strawberries and cream pearl. Then moving on to your mystery oyster, we have a softer pop there. And in here, there's your mother of pearl. And let's have a squidge here for you. You have a darker pearl there. And there's no more in that one. So again, let me just clean your shells up for you. And then we'll have a closer look at those colours. Now he looks like he's a dark chocolate. Let me have a closer look so we can see. He is a darker chocolate pearl. So if I pop him in the sand for you. And then moving on to your last oyster, which is your normal natural oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here, oh gosh, okay, so we have another oyster there, which is not a natural colour. I'm so sorry. These are chocolate bronze twins here, but again, these are dyed pearls. They are not natural colours. Now, if you're not happy with these, my lovely, we can definitely swap them for you. Okay, and that's the same with all of your pearls there, Claire. So let me dry these up as well. We'll pop them all in the sand, and then we can go through and you can let me know what you would like to do. I will need to know which ones you'd like on each fitting and which one you'd like on the jewellery as well. So you've got that strawberries and cream, you've got the cherry red and the icy blue with the red patch, you've got twinning chocolate bronzes, and you've got that darker chocolate as well. What do you think to all of these? And if you're happy, which ones would you like where? If you're not happy, we can swap them for you. So, strawberries and cream, number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Your berry red is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And the Icy Blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Chocolate Bronze number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Chocolate Bronze number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And the dark chocolate's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Swap the chocolate bronze for a rose gold. I've taken away the smaller chocolate bronze there. However, if you would prefer to swap the larger one, do let me know. So I've added in a rose gold there for you, and let me hold this up so you can have a closer look. So that's that one down there is the one I've taken away, and I've added in the rose gold in the centre there. Are you happy with those, Claire? And if so, which ones would you like where? I'm just going to wrap your shells up for you. So in the natural oysters, you've got the whites and the creams, the rose gold, natural pinks, natural lavenders. You get the darker silvers, sometimes lighter silvers, the darker sort of gunmetal grey colours. Normally it is the lighter whites, creams, rose golds, natural pinks and lavenders. Swap the red for a forest green. Of course you can. If I pop your swap at the front there, then you can see it. Now that's quite a nice darker, deeper green. If you prefer to go slightly lighter, do let me know. Can you see it's definitely a green. It is quite a dark green. Would you prefer to go slightly lighter? Lighter, yeah, that's not a problem. The forest greens are generally darker unless you'd like to go for a sea green. I mean, I've popped a slightly lighter one. So the two down the front are two different greens. One's darker, one's lighter. Either, oh, let me get it focused. Are either of those greens okay? If so, would you prefer the darker or the lighter one? Green on the right. Now, Claire, I get very confused with my lefts and rights just because you're seeing a mirror image. So for me, this is my right hand with the pearl picker in. So the green on the side with the blue or the green on the side with the white? With the blue, so the lighter of the two. Okay, perfect. So let me bring you back up. Rose gold on the jewellery. And which colours on the fittings? Which colours would you like on the fittings? Don't mind? Okay, I can leave it as a surprise and I can pick for you. That's not a problem if you're happy for me to do so. Okay, so I've got that down for you, Claire. So I hope you're happy with that then. Perfect. So definitely rose gold on the jewellery, and then I'll let you know which ones go on the fitting. I won't let you know. I hope when they arrive, you're happy with which ones go on the fittings. I've wrapped up your shells as well, so that's all on there. And let me pop this safely up here. So I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. I'm glad you're all happy with them as well. And I hope you're all happy with everything once it arrives. Right, up next then today is Danielle Concannon. Danielle, are you here? I am biased to a pearl, Stephanie, but I'm definitely going to agree with you there. Joanna, that is sometimes the case, that sometimes if you want earrings and your oyster doesn't have twins same pearls, but that's why we offer swaps. So you could then either swap, if you're happy to swap, you could swap to match one of the pearls you've got, or you could you could swap both of them for a different colour and obviously matching ones. But that's why we have that option there. Because not everybody, some people like odd earrings, not everybody likes odd earrings. I'm looking for Danielle Concannon. Danielle, are you here? Danielle, if you're here, please type I'm invisible. It will bring your comment forward so I can see you. And if anybody else can see Danielle, please comment on her comments because that will bring it forward so I can see. Happy New Year to you as well, Laura. And I did, thank you. I hope you did as well. Right, I haven't seen Danielle, so we're going to move on. If she does come on, we can add her in, but it will be to the end of the order list. Up next then is Nia Whitfield. Nia, are you here? I think everyone may have fallen asleep on me. I'm looking for Nia Whitfield. Nia, are you here? Again, if anyone can see her, please comment on her comments. It will bring it forward so I can see. If you are here, please type I'm invisible. It will bring it forward so I can see. Don't we all, Laura, at Christmas time? Oh, bless you, Joanna. My earrings, yeah, I have a large range of different colours. Right, I haven't seen Nia, so we're going to move on. If she does come on, we can add her in, but it will be to the end of the order list. Up next is Amy Ripley. Amy, are you here? Oh, nearly knocked over the sun there. Do do do, come on and do the conga. Do do do. Looking for Amy Ripley. Amy, if you're here, please type I'm invisible. It will bring your comment forward so I can see you. If anybody else can see Amy, please comment on her comments because it will bring it forward so I can see. See, at this time of night, I don't want to rush past someone just in case they are here. But at the same time, I don't know, I never know how long to wait in case they have fallen asleep, kind of thing. Oh, bless you, Vix. Well, thank you for joining us. Thank you for watching. I understand that a lot of people are silent watchers, and that's absolutely fine. And a happy new year to you. I hope you have health and happiness. Right, I haven't seen Amy, so we're going to move on again. If she comes on, we can add her in, but it will be to the end of the order list. Up next is Joanne Clark. Joanne, are you here? Is anybody out there? Oh, Joanne Clark, are you here? Oh, Samantha, that's very, very kind of you. Thank you ever so much for the stars there, my lovely. I'm looking for Joanne Clark. Are you here? Joanne, if you're here, please type I'm invisible. It'll bring your comment forward so I can see you. Oh, bless you, Vix. Well, I'm glad I can help in any way. Thank you for watching. Yeah, everyone's probably fallen asleep. Okay, so that's how many? That's 1, 2, that's 4 in a row haven't been here. So up next is Lee Holbert. Lee, are you here? What's going to happen with the last stocking? Well, I obviously miscounted when I put the stockings on the website for the supporters. So I don't know. I don't know is the question. I'll probably do something with the supporters so they can get it in some way. I probably won't put it on the website because I wouldn't want someone to check out at the same time, because then that's obviously the thing is with the website, it doesn't sell things that are not in stock, but if somebody checks out at the exact same time, it will let you, and then obviously I wouldn't have that item. Now that's a very, very, very rare occurrence, but if I advertise and said I have one stocking, it's more likely that it'll get gone. So I'll probably do something with supporters and see if anybody wants it that way. Right, sorry, I'm looking. Lee, hello Lee. Sorry, I was off on talking about that then. Hello, my lovely. Lee, you've got one opening altogether. Christmas oysters and keep your shells. Okay, is there a certain colour that you're hoping for? So, Christmas oyster. And there we go. So, let's go down. Your Christmas oyster, you'd like to keep your shells. Is there certain colours that you're hoping for? Oh, Janine, that's a good shout. Was it somebody who moved? I don't think it was. Actually, yeah, that I can't promise that it's still available, actually, because I do need to go through those. So, yeah, it may not be available. Lee, we'll see. Okay, so you've got quite a nice louder pop there. Oh, okay, so there's a little bit of flesh there. I'll clean that up for you in just a moment. Now, I can see here, can you see a green there? And I can see a berry red there. Oh, hang on. 1, 2, 3-4. Lee, you are quadding. There's no more in that one. You are quadding with 2 Christmas greens and 2 berry reds, my lovely. Now, let me just clean these up for you, and then I'll hold your pearls up so you can see. If you're happy with if you're happy with these, that's perfect. If you're not happy, we can swap them for you. So just let me know what you think and what you would like to do. So 2 Christmas greens and 2 Christmas berry reds. Let me hold them up so you can see. Look at those. Keep them. Perfect. Those are yours, my lovely. Let me run them through the board for you. Christmas green number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Christmas green number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Berry red number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And berry red number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. I'm glad you're happy with those, Lee. I'm just popping them safely in here for you. And I'm just going to wrap up your shells as well. Lee, you was actually our last opening of the night, and you were here. So thank you for being here, my lovely, because I would have never known how long to wait, especially if the last person's not here. I never know how long to wait for. But Lee, my lovely, I'm glad you're happy with that. I've wrapped up your shells as well, so they're nice and safe there, and that's all up there for you. So I hope you're happy with everything once it arrives. Oh, you're very welcome, Susan. We're going to be back again on, I lose track of my days, it's Sunday today, so we're going to be back again on Tuesday evening for a normal live on Tuesday. This week we're live on Tuesday, normal live. Wednesday is the monthly charm dip deal, so that's on Wednesday. We're then live on Friday, Saturday for supporters, and then Sunday. So we're live 5 times this week. Out of the 7 days. So that's Tuesday normal live, Wednesday monthly charm deal, Friday normal live, Saturday supporters live, Sunday normal live. So if you'd like to join us on any of those, please do so. If not, I hope you have a brilliant week and have a fantastic Monday start to your week, and bank holiday as well, bank holiday tomorrow. So take care, guys, and I'll see you soon.